Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate. This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 Este es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
This is the California State Senate.
Esta es el Senado Estatal de California.
This is the California State Senate.
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 All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. It's great to see such a good group and some good familiar faces. This is the joint oversight hearing on Los Angeles County voter turnout, and we've, of course, brought together the Senate committees on education and on elections and constitutional amendments, and also the Assembly Committee on elections and redistricting. Chair Ridley Thomas is on his way and will be here shortly. I'm Senator Ben Allen, and I'm chair of the Senate Committee on Elections and Constitutional Amendments. And we've got, as I said, Mr. Ridley Thomas, and then also our committee member and former Assembly Speaker, my colleague, Robert Hertzberg, who's here as well. So he'll be introducing himself in a little bit. Please be aware that this hearing is being streamed live on the internet, which can be accessed through both my Senate homepage and both of the committee's homepages. And if there are members of the public who wish to testify following our scheduled witnesses, please see one of our Senate sergeants who have a sign-in sheet. And you'll have the opportunity to come up and speak and address the committee. If there are multiple people in attendance representing the same organization, please designate one person to testify on your behalf. Now, the purpose of this hearing is to investigate and discuss the causes and ramifications of the exceedingly low voter turnout that we saw in Los Angeles County during the 2014 primary and general elections. Now, while turnout throughout the state was historically low, LA County was last, dead last, among all California counties, all 58 California counties, in terms of registered voters who participated. We're the largest and the last. According to our Secretary of State, who we'll be hearing from in a little bit, while only 25% of all registered California voters cast a ballot in the June primary, turnout in LA County was just under 17%. Similarly, for the November general election, statewide turnout of registered voters was 42%, while turnout in LA County was only 31%. So we were full 11 points below the statewide average. Now, there are theories that abound as to why the statewide turnout was so low. Perhaps it was a lack of a high-profile competitive contest that might have motivated voters to participate in greater numbers. After all, statewide turnout sometimes for presidential general elections can exceed 70% in California. But this doesn't explain why Los Angeles County's turnout was so much lower than the rest of the state. Now, vote-by-mail participation rates may be part of the explanation. LA County ranks near the bottom among all counties in the percentage of registered voters who vote by mail on a permanent basis. The statewide average for the 2014 primary election was 46% with vote-by-mail, while LA County was 29.6%. For the general election, it was 47% statewide, while in LA County it was 31.7%. Of course, other factors such as poverty and language diversity may have contributed to the low turnout. While these factors are high in LA County, they're certainly not exclusive to LA County. A lot of our sister counties are similar demographically. So today we're going to be hearing from a variety of distinguished witnesses representing government, community organizations, academia, and others. Included among them will be a panel regarding the City of Los Angeles' Municipal Elections Reform Commission. Faced with a similar voter turnout crisis, the city charged the commission with investigating this very problem and making recommendations that ended up culminating in Charter Amendments 1 and 2, which appear on the March 3rd city election ballot. We'll be hearing from Kathy Feng both from California Common Cause and also a member of this Reform Commission. That panel, which we will be moving up because of a scheduling issue, will also include Mona Field, who is a trustee with the Los Angeles Community College District. So just know that. I should also mention that Antonio Gonzalez from the Southwest Voter Registration cannot join us today due to a family conflict. So I'm anxious to hear about the Commission's findings, as well as other witnesses' views on the causes, ramifications, and your suggestions regarding voter turnout, not only in LA County, but statewide as well. I'll now turn the microphone over to my dear colleague and friend from the Valley, Bob Hertzberg. He'll make some opening remarks, and then we'll turn to our Secretary of State, Alex Padilla. Thank you so much.
Happy to be here. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman. Anxious to hear the witnesses. Thank you very much.
Those are the best opening remarks I've ever heard. Thank you, Senator. And so now we'll turn to our very distinguished first guest, Alex Padilla, who actually was Senator Hertzberg's immediate predecessor in the San Fernando Valley Senate seat. Someone who comes with great intellect, talent, and I think will bring a great deal of energy back to the Secretary of State's office, just elected in November, the Honorable Alex Padilla. Welcome, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, and thank you for having this hearing because. We're coming off of an election year in 2014 where both in the June election, the primary, as well as the November election, we had record low turnouts. And in the political world, that was the chatter, right? Oh my gosh, turnout's so low. We must do better. But the follow through hasn't been the strongest, and cycle after cycle after cycle. I can't think of a newspaper throughout the state of California that didn't editorialize on that very fact. The sense to apathy going into the November general election, then of course the turnout numbers and statistics afterwards. So we clearly have a big challenge on our hands to do something about it if we indeed care. So credit to you, Chairman Allen, Chairman Ridley Thomas when he gets here, Senator Hertzberg, a friend of mine as well, for dedicating time and energy to have this conversation. It's going to sound a little Pollyannish, but I'm still a believer, and I believe you are too, when we say to the general public, to our constituents, voting is so darn important, and voter participation, civic participation is really the heartbeat of our democracy. When people aren't participating, that threatens, that weakens our democracy. And if that truly is the measure, and we look at what the numbers have been, not just in 2014, but in the last several cycles, then one can say that our democracy is weak. But we know that it can be strong again, and it should be strong again, but it's going to take a collective effort to turn the corner. In the work that I've done over the last several years, and certainly as we're trying to put specific plans together here in my new capacity as Secretary of State, we can't help but start at what research has been done already on why the people who don't vote, who are probably eligible or who are eligible, why is it that they don't vote? And in study after study that I've seen, research that I've seen, there's a number of reasons, but the two that keep rising to the top are, number one, believe it or not, some people don't realize that it's election day when it's election day. And as hard as that may be to believe for folks like you and I, because we live and breathe this stuff, if you've walked precincts like I have, and phone bank like I have, and seen people in the eye like I have, yes, it is believable. There are folks out there that despite all the campaign ads on television, despite the radio, despite the newspaper, despite the mail in the mailbox, and despite the emails that we send and whatnot, there are still people who don't realize an election is coming up. They're clearly watching a different channel or a different program. They're maybe clearly not reading the mail that's sent. They're not really receiving the message or the strategies that campaigns tend to send out because of the way that it's sent out. So again, we've got to think more creatively on how we reach either the unregistered to register or the registered but not voting to actually cast a ballot. The other reason, the other top two reason that the study after study tells us, and this is probably a tougher nut to crack, speaks to the apathy issue, right? Well, why even vote? Does my vote even matter? Will it make a difference? And cycle after cycle, we've seen the disturbing trend that participation is going down, with one notable exception in the last decade. And that was 2008. There was a candidate by the name of Barack Obama running for president, whose candidacy really inspired a lot of people to turn out and vote in what was truly a historic election for our country. So the participation rate in that particular cycle went up. And if we look at that as a piece of research to glean from, then we can say the answer is real simple. Chairman Ridley Thomas is going to introduce a bill that every candidate has to be inspiring. So that people will get out and vote. They may get stuck in the suspense file because that's way expensive. Clearly that's something that's impossible to legislate. And so short of, candidates really doing the job of inspiring more people to participate, then we get down to the brass tacks of what are the things that we can do to make it easier for people to register to vote, make it easier for people to actually cast a ballot. And I think instead of getting into the weeds on this and what else we can do with things like the National Voter Registration Act and build on the success of the online registration opportunities for Californians and integrating registration opportunities with more state departments and agencies, or even the various models of building on the popularity of vote by mail ballots and going to the vote center model as opposed to the polling place model that we're all accustomed to. I know other people will get into the details of those options and the benefits and what it takes to get there. I wanted to emphasize the following here, because we can and should have all those conversations. But if we really step away and look at this from a 30,000-foot perspective, let's think about who is it that's doing the work of trying to register the unregistered? Because it's not easy. Who's doing the work of trying to reach out to the non-hyperpensity voter to get out and vote? Far too often the answer is either nobody or not too many people. And look, let's just be honest with ourselves here. I've been a candidate many times on a ballot, and you have been as well. That's why you're sitting in these positions. We know how campaigns tend to be run. We know how candidates think and political consultants think, and this is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is people who want to get elected do the following. You start the campaign, you get your voter file, and you try to model the turnout of the election and who the likely voters are, and that's where people tend to spend their time, their energy, their resources. People rarely talk to the voter who only turns out once every 10 elections, because it's not an efficient use of your campaign dollars. And even then, we take another big picture perspective. When you look at whether it's independent expenditure committees, because more of the campaign money is in that arena as every cycle goes by, or the targeted legislative and congressional seats, and you look at the political parties and where they spend their time trying to register more voters or get more people to turn out, it's only in the few, the rare, the exception of a targeted district, and not in the safe Democratic or Republican seats. So by and large, there's huge swaths of California and Californians who aren't the priority to get registered to vote or to turn out in an election. Please correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's the reality that we're starting with. Then there's another layer of the campaigns as I've observed them over my last 20 years in politics. There's candidates who are running, trying to get elected, and we look at the strategy and can talk about what's missing. There's an element of negative campaigning that far too often inserts itself into those very contested races. So put those things together. Huge swaths of potential voters, or actually registered voters, who aren't targeted because they haven't been hyperpensity for the last decade. And oftentimes the voters who are targeted are met equally with negative campaigning as much, if not more so, than the positive campaigning. And the net effect of negative campaigning here and around the country has been, frankly, to suppress the vote, to discourage people from voting. It shouldn't come as a surprise that the overall trend has been dissipating. So am I naive enough to think that we're going to call every office holder and future candidate out, and we're only going to campaign positively, and we're going to send a piece of mail to every registered voter, and we're going to sort of change the way campaigns have been run? No, I don't think that's realistic, at least not in the short term. So at the risk of only sounding pessimistic here, let me shift and now talk about the positive. I ran for this office of Secretary of State, and I've just begun my first term with the vision to turn over every stone I possibly can to get the message out, and to get the message out in multiple ways and more effective and inspiring and uplifting ways of why it's important to register to vote and to actually cast a ballot. Because we can't just leave it to the candidates and the campaigns, clearly. And so what can we do? Over the next several years, look to me to call upon, give you some examples. Newspapers. I mentioned, not a major newspaper in California did not editorialize about the low turnout this last November. Well, can we call upon those same newspapers to make commitments going forward, to place maybe a box on the page 1 of the newspaper 7 days leading up to the voter registration deadline that it's coming up, and to remind people, if you're not registered, it's time to register to vote or to update your registration, and do it again 6 days out and 5 days out and 4 days out leading up to that deadline. And the same thing leading up to Election Day itself. And to reach out to the radio community, the television community, the social media community. In fact, the Facebooks, the Googles, et cetera, they're already one step ahead of us in trying to find innovative ways to get people to organize and get this kind of information out. But it's not just the platforms how we put out this information, it's also the message itself. So the fact that this hearing is here in Los Angeles, home to Hollywood, let's tap the creative minds of the advertising community. There's people who make very good livings on coming up with very effective ways to influence how people spend their money. Let's tap those same brains to help us be more effective in influencing people to register to vote and to actually cast a ballot. And there's more to do, even on the government side. I'll give you one example. We're here in this building of LA Metro. So after my remarks are concluded today, I'm going to go right upstairs and meet with the CEO and say, so can we create this partnership and utilize advertising on buses and on rail to do the same thing? Remind people of upcoming elections, reminding people of upcoming deadlines of registering to vote. With website information, 1-800 numbers, whatever we need. You're members of the state legislature. Let's talk to your colleagues on the Transportation Committee. Help me connect with Caltrans to utilize the boards on our freeways that, hey, I saw too much of the 30 minutes to downtown trying to come in from the valley this morning. On occasion, we'll see those same boards lit up when there's an Amber Alert. We see those same boards, reminders to fasten our seatbelts. In recent years, we've seen those same boards lit up to help remind people to conserve water. Let's use those same boards that say, reminder, Election Day, don't forget to register to vote, or don't forget to vote. These are just a small handful of examples of there's a lot more that each and every one of us can do to help not just inform people, but inspire people and restore that civic duty that so many people in our nation's history have fought for and far too often have died for, or currently around the world are dying to protect. And so, again, it's not lost on me how there is no magic wand to answer all these questions. But yes, registering to vote matters. It does make a difference. And for those who think, it's just one vote, it's a big state, or it's a big district, will it really matter? Ask Controller Yee that question. If every vote mattered last June, right? Ask Supervisor Doe in Orange County, coming off this recent special election, if every vote made a difference. Absolutely. And it's not just the closeness of our elections, but coming back to our driving principle here, democracy depends on our people participating. And when we don't, we're in trouble. But with your commitment and persistent leadership on this, I know we'll work together to help turn the corner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. And so let me just let Assemblymember Ridley Thomas.
But I would be remiss if I don't do one last thing here before I wrap up. Not to talk too much about my campaign, but one of the things I'm very proud of my work in the last 2 years was having traveled to all 58 counties in California. Going back to our campaigns, we all say every vote matters, but do we campaign accordingly? I couldn't knock on every door in the state of California or dial the phone number to every voter, but at least I visited every region, every community in the state. There's, among a few things, one thing that stood out loudly and clearly to me. In talking to registrars of voters, the chief elections officials for each county, all eyes are on Dean Logan. Sorry, man, no pressure. You have a lot of great presenters today, from Paul Mitchell and others to everyone in between. But Dean Logan is viewed as a leader both in our state and across the country on trying to create this vision of, just from an infrastructure, logistics, and a voter experience standpoint, what can we do to make it more convenient, more accessible, and more friendly to participate by registering to vote and actually casting a ballot. So I'm glad he's on the agenda here, because I believe in his vision. In fact, my SB 360 from a couple of years ago has enabled him to move forward with this project here in LA County. But I wanted to make sure that these committees understood that what's happening here in LA County is not just for LA County alone. In fact, officials throughout the state of California are looking to follow the lead or learn from the lead that Dean and LA County is doing. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And Dean will be given an opportunity to present the really exciting proposal that he has for revamping Los Angeles County's vote and voting system. So really excited to hear about that. We're going to be asking you some questions, but let me quickly pass the microphone to our Assembly Chair, Sebastian Ridley Thomas. We had the pleasure of co-hosting a screening of Selma just this past week in Sacramento. And when you talk about the folks who fought and died to preserve this right to vote, it's an inspiring film, and it's really, I think it underscores why our work today is so important, because people seem to forget the kind of sacrifice that went into making sure that we fully expanded the franchise and gave people this very, very sacred right to vote, and worked so hard to make sure that it's accessible and available. So that's part of our important work today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary. I will keep my opening remarks very brief. I'm excited to see you here. I know that you're going to do great work. You're leading on a number of metrics. I know that the Chairman will have some questions for you. Mine are very similar, but know that you have a partner, and I think we're going to get some unique things done. It's no coincidence that you take office in a year that's the 50th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, or that you have two young men from West Los Angeles who are here to fight for you in the legislature. So I thank you for being here, and certainly Senator Hertzberg and those who may not be here but are here in spirit, both of our caucuses and the like. Voting, civic engagement is paramount to the public conversation, and I'm just very excited to be here and see you leading as you are. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Secretary, if I may begin, could you what would you do if you had 3 times the budget? What would you do to boost statewide voter turnout and PAV rates, et cetera?
Look, I think there's budget's always great. And I think longer term, we're going to need to look at. Actually, let me start over here. Two things that we ought to focus on, and then we'll get to the budget requests for this year and for the next couple of years. First, more aggressive implementation of the National Voter Registration Act. And let me explain what that means for probably those watching at home. Everybody here in the audience probably knows what this lingo is. Years ago, this nation passed the National Voter Registration Act. We know it more as Motor Voter. And it required every state in the nation to designate the Department of Motor Vehicles and at least one other state department or agency as a voter registration agency. And what does that mean? That means as people are interfacing with government, there ought to be a seamless opportunity to register to vote in the process if you are eligible. So a lot of people know that, hey, you can register or update your registration when dealing with DMV. That's great. But what other state department or agency? Other states had a long list of departments and agencies. California, at the time, in our infinite wisdom, we designated that second minimum federal requirement, but that second department or agency, what would you guess? The CSU, maybe EDD? No, it was the Board of Equalization, because so many of us are in the Board of Equalization's office all the time, right? And so I introduced a bill that was signed into law a few years ago, SB 35, that amended that section of state law to add more voter registration agencies to that list. You know, the initial proposals, they weren't all successful, but why not provide seamless opportunities to register when students are registering at the UC, at the CSU, at community colleges? What about EDD? What about Veterans Affairs? Covered California was in the final version of the bill. And in fact, if you couple the numerous new opportunities to register to vote as you're interfacing with government with training that has been foundation funded of government employees at the state and county level, you'll see that those government employees have been trained in how to integrate that voter registration into the experience. The registration numbers are starting to soar. We're catching up to other states in this strategy, by the way, but it's proven to be effective, and we can build upon that. Let's think about what other state and local government entities would be strategic, smart, effective, and efficient voter registration agencies. If it comes to the point where we need additional resources to be able to implement that, then we get back to your question of if we triple the budget, what could we do? Long term, I will also ask you to think about this. Think about where our nation has been over the last 15 years. 15 years ago, 2000. Let's take our minds back to Florida. Butterfly ballots, hanging chads. We knew as a nation we never wanted to be in that position again. And so what happened? I'm glad you're sitting down, because I'm about to say, Congress acted in a bipartisan manner, and they passed the Help America Vote Act. Money for states to invest in the next generation of voting systems and voting equipment so that that wouldn't happen again. In California, not exclusively, but in California, in some quarters, there was a hasty rush to electronic machines. Right? And there was a couple of cycles of being able to vote on touch screens and this and that. When Deborah Bowen, my predecessor, was elected to Secretary of State, one of the first things she did was call for a top-to-bottom review of the integrity of those systems, many of which were exposed to be hackable, not secure. You know, we need some way of being able to go back and audit election results to maintain the integrity of those systems. So those systems who couldn't meet the standard were decertified and are no longer in use. Some are modified to the standard of auditability and have been in limited use going forward. And so in all 58 counties, there's some version of new equipment, maybe, probably older equipment, and even the newer equipment is at or near or maybe just beyond its projected life expectancy. And so collectively, elections officials and voting rights advocates are saying, what's next? What is that next generation? And I'd point to the analogy of your smartphone. What did your cell phone look like 10 years ago? And what was it capable of? What does your phone look like today? And what is it capable of? If technology has come a long way, there's got to be a way to, in a secure fashion, integrate state-of-the-art technology to revolutionize the voter experience, not just to make it, easier to navigate through the ballot and the various options of candidates and ballot measures and make your selection, but really affording people additional opportunities to vote. There's some people who point to Oregon and Washington and say, we ought to just go to all vote-by-mail elections. Well, I think vote-by-mail is absolutely convenient for those who do it, and we should build upon its popularity, but we should always preserve an option of voting in person for folks who prefer that. Now, technology exists now to give people the flexibility and the latitude of where we cast our ballot. Imagine being, untethered from only the polling place by where we live, because maybe for a working man or woman, it's easier to vote by where we work or by where we drop our kids off at school. Because after work and getting home and traffic and trying to get to a polling place before 8 o'clock is difficult for some people. I think that flexibility could help increase participation through convenience. And why just do that on election day? What if that was the case on Saturday and Sunday before the election and throw in Monday, for good measure? So all of a sudden the obstacles of I don't have the time or location is different or I don't have a stamp, all these obstacles begin to come down. With or without all these capabilities, the next generation of voting equipment is something that we're going to have to address either through the general fund or a bond measure, as Mr. Hertzberg, when he was speaker, led more than a decade ago. So there you go. If you triple my budget, that's what we're looking at.
Well, so I heard your comments on the all-mail voting system. What about this Colorado vote center model that I know that LA County is looking at very closely, where you can vote for 2 weeks before Election Day, right up to Election Day, at centers all over the community, shopping malls, libraries, schools, et cetera.
Right, exactly. That's where I'm headed in terms of giving the people, the voters, the flexibility of where they can cast their ballot. So I'm glad you mentioned Colorado because they have local elections this May. And I'm planning to lead a team from the Secretary of State's office to go not just monitor the elections to make sure they're on the up and up, but literally study how, from a technology standpoint, from a policy and legislative standpoint, they got to where they are and how it's working, and bring that back to California. But we don't even have to go as far as Denver. Last year, Assembly member Lorena Gonzalez authored legislation that was signed into law to allow San Diego County to pilot this kind of model. And I know Registrar Vu will be here to discuss that in further detail. So we have a California experience to glean from as well.
All right. Thank you so much. I'd love, you want to ask a couple questions?
We may have to have you come back or do this again, Mr. Chairman, because this inspires so many questions, and we appreciate you being very accessible, Mr. Secretary. Two quick questions, and you don't have to expound on them too much, but I just want to plant them in there. I was with the election clerks and the clerks and elections officials. They were sponsors in the Selma event, and we appreciate their partnership and their work with their office. One member of the organization mentioned a program that she does with minor voters, and they take real elections and model how you vote. And I think it's sometime just previous to the election, but it's in relatively close proximity. Is something like that scalable, or something that we can attach to curriculum in civics classes or high school settings? Have you? I know that because of your long tenure in office, you've done significant civic engagement programs. Is that something that the Secretary of State's office can take a leadership role with the elections clerks and officials on?
I believe it is. And so let me try to be brief on a couple of examples. Three quick items. Number one, there's already a requirement and an institutionalized program in partnership with the Superintendent of Public Instruction to do this sort of mock elections. I think that's what you're referring to in each county. And it's a double-edged sword. Right before a real election, that's when more people are paying more attention. But the personnel commitment to that takes elections staff from the state and the local level from talking to real voters that can vote in a real election and talking to minors through this learning experience. So I'd like to kind of reconsider the timing of when we do that. Keep it, trying to keep it effective in educating young people. But if we can do that at maybe a different year or a different time of year and close to an election, focus on people who are registered or can register before the deadline, I think would be wise to do that. Number two, Placer County. My understanding is the registrar, this is what he's told me, visits every high school every year to talk about the importance of voting, and does something that's simple but elegant. Brings a voting booth to the assembly, to the classroom, whatever the format may be. They line the students up and they go through the motions of how to cast a ballot. And I think that's genius, because as someone who grew up in a household where we didn't talk politics at the dinner table, when you turn 18, and you're no longer a minor and you do anything legal or official, it can be pretty intimidating unless somebody holds your hand through the process the very first time. So again, breaking down those barriers of intimidation or being overwhelmed the first time you do something can be helpful. But absolutely working in partnership to build on how often we talk to young people or reach young people has to be a big priority. Dean Logan will talk about how young people are actually the plurality of potential voters, but they vote at the lowest rates. So there's a potential to kind of redefine politics going forward.
Lastly, I think there was a goal set to have 1 million additional voters participate.
In your district alone, Mr. Rudick.
In my district alone. I believe in growing the vote, Mr. Secretary. You've spoken to some of the generalities. Are there specific goals that you think can target that to help move the needle over what we hope will be a long and successful tenure?
We're fleshing out the further details of a specific plan. I talked, I think, as you were entering, building on the National Voter Registration Act and its implementation in California. Okay. We know we have successful online voter registration platform, but we know we can and have been successful in integrating voter registration opportunities as people interface with government. So making sure that we're identifying as many feasible agencies, state departments, and even local government departments and agencies as possible, and then buttressing those government employees with the training on how to do it seamlessly, I think will serve us well.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your leadership and your testimony.
Thank you.
Senator Hertzberg.
Yeah, in the context, Mr. Secretary, of the marketplace of ideas and experimenting and doing new things from a public policy perspective, as I'm sitting here listening to your ideas, one came to mind, not to otherwise to just maybe inspire your office to think about this. But, from public policy point of view, we do all sorts of things at government, the state and federal government. We just set goals. And we tell people you got to meet them. The RPS, Renewable Portfolio Standards. I'm sorry, figure it out. Low carbon fuel standards or the mileage. We tell the car companies, go figure it out. If in fact they're such creative genius, just go at the state, set the standards. It is not acceptable in a democracy when you travel the world and you look at this place and you got these turnouts. It's just embarrassing. We have this duplicity on the one hand when we talk about this great democracy and this patriotism for democracy, and it's really not. It's just not. Look at these numbers. We talk about registration. The numbers that we have here of 24 million eligible people in California, and then you break it down from eligible to registered. These are all barriers. I just think you got to take a blow it up standard at some level and change the game and quit being so interested in the management of the process and concerned and getting involved. We never do that with all these other interest groups that we tell them, no, this is the policy that we set. You as the chief election officer, maybe we work in conjunction with the legislative and executive branch and just say, you guys got to get 75%, Dean, make it happen. Period. End of case. Figure it out. Whether you're going to classrooms and taking these deals, which is a brilliant idea, or some of these other brilliant ideas, maybe that's a better way instead of micromanaging it and just hit the goal. So I don't otherwise say that in context of having specifics. I just wanted to share that as we're trying to deal with these big issues and figure it out. And I just think we got to push harder and be a little bit more aggressive on this stuff if it's possible. Thank you, sir.
I think there's a lot to that. I mean, that's what we did with AB 32 and just set the goal and make it happen. All right, Mr. Secretary, really, really appreciate your time, and looking forward to working closely with you to get you the resources you need to do this work, and also just be thinking very aggressively and proactively and creatively about how to address this veritable crisis in our democracy. So really do appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are actually going to quickly turn to portion 8 of the agenda and ask Mona Field and Kathy Fang to come up and testify briefly before the committee about the Reform Commission. This will be a quick portion of the agenda, and I apologize for the change in the scheduling, but it has to do with some scheduling issues. So you could sit up at these chairs and speak to us, and we appreciate you both being here. Mona Field from the LA Community College District Board, and Kathy Fang, Executive Director of California Common Cause and member of the City of LA Municipal Elections Reform Commission. So, Ms. Field.
Press.
The little button there. Yep.
It's better now, right? Thank you so much, and again, thank you to all of those who are here and to the esteemed legislators. First, I must make clear I am here as an individual today. I am not speaking on behalf of the LA Community College District or the League of Women Voters, which I am an active volunteer in. I am speaking as an individual. And I do want to say that Secretary Padilla has actually referenced a number of the things that I think are very important resolutions to the problem of low turnout. I want to speak actually primarily as someone who spent 25 years teaching California government and American government at Glendale Community College and taught thousands of students. And I asked my students why they didn't vote. At first, I would survey them, and I would find out who's over 18 and who's a citizen, and the hands kept going down, and who's registered to vote and who's going to vote. And let me tell you, their reasons never were, oh, there's too many elections. I never heard that. I heard everything from, I don't want to be stuck on a jury, and I quickly pointed out that jury roles are now from the DMV list, to, you know, the things that we all know. My vote doesn't count, it doesn't matter, I don't understand the things on the ballot, I don't trust these people running for office, and far worse things about the people who are elected, and of course, President Company and their colleagues all accepted. But I heard a lot of cynicism, I heard a lot of ignorance, I don't want to vote wrong, and in all honesty, I think that the answers, if only we had here today Superintendent Torlakson to talk about curriculum in our schools. We don't require that California students, at the time of finishing high school in this state, we don't require them to study California government. It is not a required subject. You learn about California in 4th grade when you build your mission out of beans, and that's it. And I would suggest that we have curriculum issues, we have issues of education, and I want to also mention the program initiated, interestingly, by our Chief Justice of our state Supreme Court, Ms. Kantil Sakui, about civic engagement. That's the direction I think we need to go. It's a longer-term set of solutions, and it fits in, of course, with Secretary Padilla's comments about freeway signs and public service announcements and all of the things we should be doing. But it's a deep problem that starts way before people are 18. And so I feel it's an educational issue, and I must say very briefly on the topic of the 2 charter amendments, that I do oppose, because I deeply fear that if our city elections, our school board, community college elections are beneath the Superior Court judges on the ballot, that will be the end of any focus or attention on these nonpartisan local offices. And I believe, according to the data that is presented regarding the charter amendments, that they will be literally beneath Superior Court judges. And I know from my experience talking to, again, students and others over many decades, when they get to the judges, they quit because they know nothing and they don't want to make a bad choice. I don't want our local elections to be eeny, meeny, miny, mo at the bottom of a long ballot with a media coverage that is virtually non-existent. There's almost no media coverage now for school and community college and even city council races. It would be even worse, I think, if they were attached to the federal and state higher offices. In any case, as I say, the priority really for me is a broad educational and curriculum change in our state, and I think that's the direction I hope some of you will consider as you proceed with these important deliberations. Thank you so much.
Greetings. My name is Kathy Fung. I'm with California Common Cause, and I suppose I'm also here speaking. Thank you. My name is Kathy Fung. I'm with California Common Cause, and I'm also speaking as one of the commissioners that spent a lot of time thinking about this issue of voter turnout, particularly in the city of Los Angeles. There was a commission that was created called the City of Los Angeles Municipal Election Reform Commission, a sure way to turn away people who might be interested in this issue by giving it a 6-word name. If I could just take a step back, we looked at this question about voter turnout for many, many years in Common Cause. And as our senators and assembly members know, there are a lot of bills that we've pushed to try to address the issue at the edges. Some of them have had huge impact, like creating the online voter registration system, where in a 1-month period, 800,000 new people registered to vote for the first time, 1/3 being under the age of 25. So that's huge, right? Some of them are going to come online eventually. By 2017, we're going to have same-day registration. And we know, for a lot of our new voters, minority voters, young voters, The idea of a registration deadline that's 2 weeks beforehand is not something that somebody tells them, and so by the time they get all of the messages that an election's right around the corner, many of them find that they've missed the registration deadline. And so same-day registration is an attempt to try to address that, right? Give people who are eligible to vote and who want desperately to come to cast a ballot the last chance opportunity to do that just before the elections. But we've also been looking at other reasons why people are turned off, right? And really thinking about this, looking at research and academic studies. Clearly, there's a huge issue when our democracy only represents 1/3 or less of people who are eligible to vote. PPIC, the Public Policy Institute of California, put out a report in 2006. And the reason why it matters is because that sliver of voters, unfortunately, is not an even cross-section of the entire population of California. Far from it. They labeled it the exclusive electorate. Tends to be more white, older, more affluent, more likely to own homes, but not at all representative of the diversity that is California, which means that both in terms of policy decisions and the candidates that are elected, that there's a disconnect, right? Not everybody's voting, so the decisions that get made don't always reflect everybody's interests. Secretary Padilla talked a little bit about how that gets reinforced by campaigns that talk to a really specific narrow segment of the population, which is those people who vote most frequently. If you've got a few dollars to spend, you're going to focus on the 505 voters. We all know that, right? I thought that there was a really telling piece that was put out recently by Gary Hart, and he talked about how the reinforcement happens from campaigns who talk to limited number of voters, from parties, and let's just own this, right? Parties are always trying to figure out who's the front runner and clear the field of everybody else. And while that makes sense from a party perspective, from the voter's perspective, if you're going to run an election that only has one candidate or one viable candidate, it's not as interesting, right? And so what's the point of turning out? And then the third thing that he talked about was that money is always looking for the front runner candidate. Sometimes it's about aligning ideological or policy choices. Sometimes it's just about looking for who the winning horse is going to be, because I want to bet on them so that I can have influence once they get into office, right? Which tends to then, again, it reinforces this idea that some people get in and it's a shoe-in race, and then other people, you know, it's not even worth talking about. And that kind of predetermined outcome tends to discourage voters and creates an air of cynicism. And we all know when we talk to voters, whether they're young voters or new voters or people who've been voting for a long time, that there is this sense, what's the point of turning out to vote? My vote doesn't count, either because money's already bought people off or because the outcome's already predetermined. So part of blowing the boxes up is thinking about that, you know, outside of just election administration, what can we do? And I'll just throw that out there. I've got a couple of ideas, but I know that one of the things that we oftentimes focus on is what's within the realm of what an election administrator can do. But as a society, I think we can ask, how is it that we rejigger this so that it's not always money that counts, so it's not always putting a finger on the scale for one candidate, so that we really create a much more vibrant civic dialogue about who we want to elect, what issues we care about, and how do we make sure that we change that dynamic where we're talking to the entire voter population, not just the ones who turn out for 505 elections. Some of the research that's been done on the root causes. What's interesting is that there's at least two things that the context of the election really speak to that would bump up the elections. And we kind of know this intuitively, right? When there's one or more propositions on a ballot, it tends to be that, you know, there's more turnout. And certainly when those propositions are sexy, like marijuana, you know, gay marriage, we know that the heightened conversation around those initiatives will also drive turnout. Whichever way you fall on, people are coming out to vote for the issue that they care about. The second thing is that when you have a large number of candidates, particularly who are designated, who the public sees as being competitive, that matters. problem is that too often media and others, we start looking at who's raised the most money, and I know we all do it, right? But what happens is then it sort of, even if there's a number of candidates, the conversation devolves into, well, there's one front runner, so why talk about it anyways? So clearly, the number of candidates drives up election contests by a little bit. So researchers have said anywhere between 4% to 5% of registrants you can see a bump up when you have more competitive candidates running. Other things also impact. If a city is larger, it tends to have a lower turnout. If a city has residents with higher socioeconomic status, like a lot of cities in Northern California, they tend to have higher voter turnout. When you look at cities that have a large Asian American or Latino population, tend to have lower turnout. A lot of cities in Southern California, particularly in LA County, that's what we're about. Why is that? Part of it is because of the citizenship issue, sort of the newness to voting, right? But also the language barriers. As a context, LA County is 27% white, we're 48% Latino, 14% Asian American, and 9% African American. That high percentage of Latino and Asian Americans, it's correlated to low voter turnout. Now, we can change that dynamic, but it means investing in talking to those very voters, the people who are most likely to not be talked to by the campaigns, and making a concerted effort. The method of election really matters as well. So this question about whether or not cities have in-district or at-large districts, a lot of studies have shown that when you have at-large districts, people feel distant. And a lot of cities in LA County are at-large districts, or at-large voting. Even in cities that have districts, like Los Angeles City, they're gigantic districts, right? They're ones where one person is representing 250,000 people. So there's a sense of distance between the person and their elected, and that contributes to it. You don't feel like you have a connection to the person that you can cast a ballot for. And lastly, the one thing that we looked at of all those things, right, that would have a huge impact on voter turnout was this question about when elections are scheduled. And it's crazy because we looked at, well, what if we just moved city elections to the odd year, and then people would get into this habit of voting on June and November of any year? And again, studies showed that if you put the city elections to the even year, you could see a bump up of 21 to 36%. Now, here's how it matters for the state elections, because I know this is a question that you all are asking, right? In Los Angeles County, we are the single county, and I'll point you to the statistic if you just take a look at the executive summary in this report that I just passed out, right? This is the one county where we have the most number of cities, 78, that have elections off cycle. Okay, every other county pretty much has consolidated their city elections with their state elections. Okay, so what does that mean? When you've got a limited budget for outreach to talk about things, okay, so Dean Logan has a budget of $250,000, which sounds like a lot, but for a huge county like LA, when you've got to tell voters, oh, there's an election on March 3rd, and then there's an election on April 3rd, and then there's an election on July, and another one, you're dissipating that little bit of outreach money across a lot of elections. You're tiring voters out, you're confusing them, and at some point, a lot of voters, the people who are least likely to vote, just start tuning it all out. Right, so if we consolidated it, not only would it help turn out for city elections, but even for statewide, I pose that if you want a good program for outreach, buying radio ads, putting messages on Amber Alerts, on Amber Alert boards, putting out a really creative outreach program, it helps if you're talking about a single election day and a single registration period that leads up to that. So, you all know where I stand on Amendments 1 and 2. I don't need to belabor that. That's not what today's hearing is about. Let me talk about solutions. I do think that it is important for us to dedicate some thinking to voter education and outreach. And as I mentioned before, LA County, they've got $250,000 to spend on outreach. But it's the biggest county, it's the most populous county, it's the most diverse county. We have the most languages to cover. Geographically, we've got this gigantic spread, and we've got the most elections scheduled in a single year. So how can we concentrate those efforts and give more money to support LA County to be able to do a good job? I think that's a big question, and if I had that question posed to me, how would I spend 3 times the budget? At least a big portion of it would be, let's do really good outreach, and let's focus on the populations that tend not to turn out. Secondly, I think that we should give our voters more voting options. So I'm in love with the idea of voting centers that are open before Election Day. A lot of other states have tried it. Early voting, in-person voting is wildly popular, right? It wasn't popular when we tried it out earlier on in pre-2007, but after 2008, when Obama made it into a strategy, it's become a thing, right? And that's exactly when we stopped doing early voting in person, right? But we can do that in LA County. The law allows it. It's a matter of both money and getting the right equipment, right? But we can do that. And I think that when you combine that with the idea that Senator Hertzberg has brought up about possibly mailing to everybody just a ballot, why not? You combine that with the idea of adding some drop-off centers, because a lot of people in LA and throughout the state, they like getting their vote-by-mail ballot, but they also like physically putting it somewhere that feels like it's secure. I don't have to trust the post office or whether I put enough stamps on it. It's just in a box. So places like Colorado that have had successful vote center models also put a lot of drop-off centers throughout their jurisdiction, and it's just a box, and it could be a box at a library, at a shopping mall, or other convenient locations for people to put their ballot. Lastly, I do think that we should seriously talk about election consolidation. As Dean Logan starts to move us to a more modern voting system in Los Angeles County, now it becomes possible for us to finally move our cities onto a regular election cycle. The progressives, bless their hearts, when they passed this notion of moving city elections off cycle, frankly, let's just be honest, they had 2 things in mind. One was they had progressive ideals of trying to empower people at the local level, but they were also racist. They're the same people who were damned afraid of immigrants voting. They pushed for laws to take citizenship away from Chinese Americans. They didn't want certain people to vote. They were successful. Look at Los Angeles City, look at Los Angeles County. When we have so many off-year elections, look at who doesn't vote. I will just say that I think that there are a lot of things that we could do to really tweak this system, but I think the bigger issues that we need to ask ourselves are, how do we create a culture of civic participation? And so I do also want to agree with Mona as well as Secretary Padilla. I think we need to invest and think hard about civics education, not just one semester in the senior year, not just 4th grade building missions out of beans, right? I think that curriculum change is hard because it means that you got to get into a big debate about what's testable and whatnot. So let me put out a small idea. As a 3rd grade mom, one of the things that I've discovered is that parents have a lot of ability to bring assemblies to schools without a whole lot of red tape. We can bring people who do drumming and people who do, who teach anti-bullying, and we can dedicate, 2 hours of class time to just talking about those issues. If we paired up parents with our registrars to bring election assemblies or voting assemblies or civic participation assemblies to our elementary, middle school, and high schools, and we created some toolkits for people to just download and use, you could see that spread like wildfire. And it doesn't all have to be run by our registrars. I think a lot of citizens can take it up and bring it to their schools. So what I would say is, let's find ways to empower people who are excited about elections to share that excitement with fellow citizens. But let's also make sure that the people who are in charge of running elections, like Dean Logan, have the resources that they need to do it. Thank you.
Great ideas, and thank you so much for this report as well. Just so everyone knows in the audience, there's a report from Common Cause called Getting to 100%, which Kathy was referring to. It mentions several things in this report, including Santa Monica, which is my hometown. And I just wanted to ask you, Mona, I mean, I hear what you're saying, though I will say from my own experience in Santa Monica, having the city elections and the school and the college district elections on the same date as the presidential or gubernatorial elections really hasn't dampened the robust public participation in the local civic elections. There's a lot. In fact, if anything, people complain that there's so much attention on the city elections that people aren't paying enough attention to the statewide elections in the city of Santa Monica because people are so excited. Now, maybe it does speak to this issue that Kathy's talking about, that when you have a smaller city, people get more engaged. I was thinking about this. You know, Sierra County on Election Day had a 73% voter turnout, while we had a 31% voter turnout on the same day with the same ballot propositions and the same candidates and everything else. And I was talking to a senator from a more rural part of the state, and he said, well, look, you know, at the end of the day, yeah, there's not a lot of people, right? So people feel, and they know all the candidates. You know, there's this closeness. So I'd love to kind of get a better sense of this phenomenon that maybe both of you can speak to this. By the way, I just want to comment, even if you may not be on the same page on 1 and 2, you're so nicely color coordinated today. Yes. You must have called each other in advance. But I did want to just kind of drill down a little deeper into this sense of, you know, have we gotten, you know, is there a sense that we've gotten too big and that detracts from our sense of participation? Now, of course, you know, the last presidential election had very high turnout. You know, but maybe people get more excited at the national level. They feel like they're connected to the president.
I had a friendly amendment, Mr. Chairman. City of San Fernando, a small city surrounded by the People's Republic of Los Angeles, had an 87% turnout. Again, a scale question.
Yeah, so I'd love to have you comment on those observations.
Okay, so I am not advocating for secession or 6 Californias. Don't want to put that in the minds of people. But I will just say, look, in the report, one of the things that we looked at was a number of different cities that had started to align their elections with the general elections that are run by the state. And what was interesting was we really picked 4 cities. But there are many cities that they're just examples, right? 4 cities that sort of reflect the demographic makeup of Los Angeles City. Pomona was one of them. Heavily Latino, low income, right? All the demographic reasons for why people shouldn't participate. And in a mid-year election, 2010, wasn't any presidential on the ballot, right? The general turnout was in the 55% range, but even the drop-off down to city elections was at 42%, right? So these are people who, once they get engaged, because now maybe the city's doing some outreach, you've got campaigns that are all echoing the same thing, and then you've got the national level, you know, talking about the importance of the elections, you can really increase turnout. And I guess what I would just say is, part of this is, it is about smallness and closeness, and I think, you know, places like Los Angeles City have a real tough challenge. We can talk about solutions to that. But I also think that part of it is, I think that we need to support LA County to do a lot more outreach, but I also think that we can empower a lot of citizen action and nonprofits to do great outreach. And I'll just give a shout out to groups like NALEO and California Calls. They do a lot of like in-person touches, right? And part of it is, there's not any one solution, but we know that people are doing some things very successfully. And if we can just figure out ways to kind of be creative about that and support a lot of those efforts, I think that we can go beyond this usual dilemma of relying only on campaigns to talk to the 505 voters. I did have one thought. So somebody had suggested we don't want to go to the Australia model where you mandate people to vote and then you fine them if they don't. That's horrible. But I did think about this. What if initiatives, in order to pass, city, state, county initiatives, in order to pass, you had to have at least, let's pick a number, 35%, 50% of voters actually casting a ballot. Doesn't matter which way they cast, just that you had to have at least. You would change the dynamics because all of a sudden you'd have campaigns that would say, wait a second, I need to get the voter turnout up. Otherwise, my thing doesn't pass. And I'll just say some countries do that. So a quorum requirement.
What about candidates too, Mr. Chairman? I mean, we have a corporate theory. Look at the law. If you don't have a quorum at a board meeting, a shareholders meeting, your action doesn't work.
Yes, Senator Hertzberg, let's blow it up.
The law. Let's, come on.
Blow it up.
Ask the tough questions. Absolutely. That's what we're here for.
Before we hear from Mona, why is the Australian model horrible? I sat down with a bunch of legislators from Australia, and they were very excited about it. And ultimately, it doesn't require that you don't have to make a choice. You could cast a blank ballot. But what is so? Someone asked me, is it un-American? Do you think it's un-American? And why would you say it's horrible? Kathy.
Oh, they're asking you.
I heard him say Mona.
Oh, my goodness. Well, actually, I'm going to double back to your first question, Senator Allen. Santa Monica is a very special place. And I am aware that they do the elections in November, but also in the odd year, right? They have them both in the even and odd Novembers.
No?
Only in evens?
Gubernatorial and presidential, that's it, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's one. Okay, forgive me. But I think the issue of size, it really matters. The closer people feel to the government, the more likely they are to engage. And again, I have to echo, in fact, Kathy and I agree on so many of the solutions and the causes here that, in smaller communities, whether it be Santa Monica, Culver City, San Fernando, people feel more connected, and the candidates have much more opportunity to go door to door, find the voters, interact. There's no easy answer for that. We have big districts. We have LA City, LA Community College District, LA Unified. That's not going to change, but I
have more districts.
What's that?
Well, yes,
I know about that. And that, of course, is a whole nother issue for voters worried about how many politicians there are and how much we pay them. I mean, those of us in this room are, if I may say, in a very elite group of highly informed and passionate people about the political process. And I know all of us, too, at some times interact with people in the real world to whom most of this means very little. And we've got to change the perception. And anyway, thank you. And about the Australian thing, I'm not as, viscerally opposed, but I do think it would probably be a very complicated conversation anywhere in this country to have mandatory voting.
I remember.
Ms. Field.
Yes.
I wonder if, to one of your earlier points, if elections were able, depending on what would occur with 1 and 2, elections were able to be adjusted on a ballot with respect to ballot order, if that would assuage some of your concerns that you raised.
That's an excellent question. And in fact, I just want to say about the amendments, if we see them voted in, with a very low turnout, probably, none of the requirement of turnout.
Ironic, I know.
I know. And the problem then becomes that it's an experiment, and the way it is currently configured, I don't believe allows for that option to restructure the sequence of ballot positions.
State decision.
There ought to be a law.
Right.
Be a law.
Okay. And to allow cities to do that, perhaps. But I think the issue is, though, the bigger issue is if we vote in such a change, it can take decades to revise, to amend, or to undo what may or may not work. And I'm not opposed to experiments in these issues, but it worries me that perhaps it should have been a pilot program. Maybe we should have said, we'll try it for 10 years and then we will reevaluate. Instead, it's now proposed to be permanent. And but to the specific of your question, I think that might assuage some of my concerns. What if we were allowed by the state to have all the local stuff at the top of the ballot? Because people will go to the bottom to find the president, but will they look for this? And as far as the drop-off, you had mentioned it's not always so bad. Again, it's the question also of media coverage and information, because wherever it is on the ballot, if people feel like, gee, I got a lot of stuff in the mail about the president or about my, the governor, what's the city stuff? Who are these people? That worries me.
While we're blowing out boxes, I would just ask why we even elect judges when most of us are playing eeny, meeny, miny, mo on it. So let's just ask why are they on the ballot, and maybe the joint committee wants to take up the question of election of judges.
I think that's a great point. I think it's a great point. Just to kind of cut in on that last comment, though, I share your concern, and we've all seen this very substantial drop-off that happens through the course of a ballot. All that being said, the biggest drop-off seems to be all the folks who just don't show up at city elections or these off-cycle local elections, period. I mean, I know in one of the last special elections we had, it was an 8% turnout. So whatever drop-off ends up happening is certainly not as bad as that.
Yeah. And if I may, you mentioned special. I was going to say that I don't have data in front of me, but before we had the term limits, which have now thankfully been extended, we didn't have as frequent special elections. And that, I believe, when you hear people say, oh, there's so many elections, why am I going in August? What are they talking about? Most of that was based on the special elections due to the, if I may say, dominoes that have gone on. So it wasn't because there was April and May or March and May for City of LA.
And maybe consolidating will actually cause more special elections because a lot of the politicians have to leave their job to go for another position.
Actually, it won't, because those politicians will be running on cycle, so they have to make a choice.
That's right.
They have to make a choice whether they're going to run at
Of course.
state,
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. You're
right.
absolutely right.
So in some ways, it's sort of the cascade won't happen. If we want to think about special elections, I don't have to go through all the details, but on page 6 of our little report, we do have a couple of ideas for how to address the large number of special elections. And Senator Allen, you and I had a good conversation about some ideas. I think that there's a couple of options for addressing that. I think it's also something to tackle. People are just, Dean Logan has to run an election in a couple of months, a special election to fill a seat, for which there is only one candidate. But he's going to have to spend upwards of $1 million on that. And I guarantee you, because there's only one candidate, that we're probably going to have a couple thousand people. If we're lucky, maybe 5,000 people show up. That's kind of heartbreaking. And boy, that money could be used in different ways. So if we could if he could put half of that money towards outreach for a real election, I just think that let's solve those problems, not because necessarily it's going to solve the turnout problem, but because you can divert the resources to something that makes more sense.
Ms. Feng, given that you're a proponent of Propositions 1 and 2, and it will increase turnout, it stands to reason that it will likely increase the cost of campaigns from my perspective. Mm-hmm. You're very active on campaign finance.
Yes, sir.
Do you see a need to, in addition to potential ballot adjustments of where you put these elections, these new elections that would be on the presidential and gubernatorial ballots, see the need to adjust campaign finance limits or rules in order to accommodate that need? The community college, I think, still is without caps. And I think those are the only elections in our that will be affected by 1 and 2, other than maybe water board elections.
City council and school board.
Okay.
And the community college, because we automatically go with the city.
Right. And I mentioned water board because I think water boards are already in November. The West Basin is the one that's in my area, Central Basin and the like, and the Water Replenishment District. Any thoughts? I haven't heard that as much about.
You are speaking to issues that are straight to my heart. So 2 things. One is this question about whether it's going to increase costs for local candidates. Where the cost increase is when people are choosing to buy radio ads and television ads. And we know that for the most part, local candidates are not using that as a forum for communicating with voters. They're paying for mail, they're paying for slates, they're doing robocalls, they're doing direct door knocking, right? And a lot of those things actually benefit from economies of scale. When you're doing door knocking, if you've got a team that's going out there already to knock on doors for propositions at the state level or candidates at the state level, having them carry a city endorsement is actually easier, because they weren't going to put money into a city election, but they'll do it for the state. So that's what slate's the same thing. More candidates actually is less money per ad. Okay, so that's one piece. But the other piece, though, is do we need to have more limits? And frankly, let me just put it out there, public financing for candidates, I think that would be tremendous. If we wanted to increase more voices and have more competition and support people who are truly grassroots, let's put it on the table that we should have public financing for candidates. Los Angeles City has a pretty good system. It's a 2-to-1 at the primary level and a 4-to-1 match at the general. They could go to 6-to-1, $6 of public funds matching every private dollar raised, and that would change the whole dynamics, because you'd bring out a different kind of candidate and you'd really kind of stimulate a lot of conversation. I think we should think about that at the state level. When it's all said and done, I would guess that a lot of electeds would rather spend their time talking about policies and talking directly to constituents than talking to donors and trying to get that money. That's a pain in the ass, and that's not what whoops, I said it. But that's not why you guys got into public policy. You got into it because you cared about ideas, not to spend your time. I mean, maybe some people like it, but that's why I don't run. I love this. I love these issues, but I wouldn't want to spend all my time raising money. And so good people, a lot of good people who could get involved, shy away because of the money issue. So if that was something that you all wanted to tackle, let me talk to you afterwards.
Well, really, really appreciate your very, very thoughtful approach and the issues brought up. I've learned a lot from this. So thank you so much to the two of you. Thank you. All right, let's turn on now to kind of looking, expanding out a bit to really deep dive into this voter turnout in Los Angeles County issue. We've got some really strong panelists who we've brought in. Paul Mitchell, who's the Vice President of Political Data, Incorporated PDI, that most successful politicians know well from their campaign experience. Jessica Levinson, who's a professor of law at Loyola Law School, always provides very insightful quotes in most articles you read about these issues. And then Rafe Sonnenschein, who's here as well, who's been studying the details of Los Angeles political history for some time, written several books that I really enjoyed reading. He's the executive director of the Pat Brown Institute for Public Affairs at Cal State LA. Welcome, panelists. I think we'll hear from Mr. Mitchell first, followed by Ms. Levinson, and then Professor Sonnenschein.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here today. We're having some handouts for the members, and there are a couple extras for staff. These were also emailed to the staff and can be distributed later as well. One of the handouts, this large tabloid size handout, is actually publicly available on the web. I printed out 2 versions of it. One version is a set of tables looking at LA County turnout, and it's highlighted at the top in LA County. And the second page is not LA County, to be able to compare LA to the rest of the state. Like I said, these data tables are not only available online, but you can go online and pull down for any county in the state, any legislative district in the state, and a number of larger cities. This is a valuable resource that we just put online for free for anybody to look at, utilizing the data that we have within PDI. The second set is a presentation that's modified from a presentation that I did at UC Berkeley a couple weeks ago, and I'll reference some tables in that during my presentation. First off, Political Data is a bipartisan data company that works with campaigns and has been doing so since 1987. We manage a statewide voter file that's built from individual county voter files and updated throughout the year. Our updates are so extensive that in the 2014 cycle, in the last month before the election, the voter registration close, we actually did 700 updates within a 1-month period, pulling data from individual counties, not only of who was registered, but who had voted, and then tracking that information for campaigns. A good amount of our information is made public, not only these large data sets that we've put out for the 14 general, but also at any time you can go onto our website and look at any city, school board, water district, all the way down to mosquito abatement districts to see likely voter universes, who's voted in past elections with breakdowns for ethnicity and age, income, and other valuable information. What I'm going to focus on is turnout, using both the active current voter file and then also using archives that we maintain going back to 2002, some of which have been provided to groups like UC Berkeley, some of the foundations, PPIC, and others. The first thing to note about California elections, and speaking specifically to our state's elections, is that not all elections are equal. If you look at the first table in the presentation, it shows a clustering that elected officials are very aware of, that there's a clustering of high turnout in presidential elections, moderate turnout in gubernatorial general elections, lower turnout in presidential primaries, and even lower turnout in gubernatorial primaries. And then beyond that, like was discussed earlier, much lower turnout in some localities in both special elections and municipal standalone elections. Now, one thing to really put a point on it, when we got done with the 2012 general, I looked back at voters who were young voters who had voted for the first time in 2008. And they had also voted in the 2012 general. And looking at just those voters, only 27% of them had voted in any intervening election. That means that of those voters who turned 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 in the big exciting Obama election in 2008, registered, voted, got engaged, got their sticker, talked to their friends about it, they then went home and they sat on the sidelines for 4 years, not voting again until another presidential election. And for me, it is as if the voters' interest in politics is kind of like my interest in college basketball. You know, I think they play games year-round or something. But really, I only pay attention once it's the Final Four. And same thing, the first football game I watched all year was the Super Bowl. Maybe even the last quarter or half or a third or whatever they play in football.
You're so un-American.
I know. But it's just joking about, but it's real for people who are engaging in politics. Those of us in this room and maybe people watching online are hyper engaged. For us, this is something that it's a value for us to be engaged in what's happening in elections, and it's not necessarily something that is shared by all voters equally. So looking particularly at this election, we had all-time lows, we know that. 42% turnout statewide. In LA County, it was 31% turnout. And these tables on the large tabloid really show both the breakdown for LA versus not LA, but then also within that, the breakdown for different ethnic populations, the breakdown by partisanship. And I'm not going to talk a lot about partisanship other than to say that partisan voters are actually higher turnout voters. Households with two partisan voters are higher turnout even more. And there's some reinforcing in areas of the state where there is kind of a more hyper-partisan or active, engaged political community versus other parts of the state where there's a growing number of independents and people are maybe less tethered to the political activism of a political party. The important thing to note, though, when you talk about turnout is that this sinking tide does not bring down all ships equally. You know, the differences are really striking when you look at these different factors of age, ethnicity, and others. You know, I was looking at the data, and if you just look at age, the average voter in this election was not just older than the average Californian. the average voter was older than the average Californian's parents. It's very striking how old this electorate is. I joke that that the average voter in this last election, when they had to memorize in elementary school the state capitals, they had to memorize all 48 state capitals. The electorate is not reflective of California. And that's a really big and challenging thing, particularly when you get into looking at what is elected, how people are getting elected, and then who they're representing, and the differences there. If you look at this table again in the presentation, this next large table with this ages graph, we don't have it up there, but essentially what it shows is there's this great fluctuation in turnout based on age. And in fact, if you were to look at over 65-year-old voters in this last election, this gubernatorial election didn't look much different than most gubernatorial elections for people who are over 65. The turnout was maybe a point down, maybe even a point up for some of the older voters. The drop in turnout was in the middle of the electorate in terms of the age range. The turnout also, to put a point on it with regards to ethnicity, the statewide turnout in 2012 was roughly 25% Latino. That is not reflective of the state, even though that was a very high turnout election. We know Latinos are the largest ethnic group in the state. It wasn't reflective of the state at the time. It wasn't reflective of the state 10 years ago. That Latino turnout was reflective of the state in 1980, when in the census, Latinos obtained about 25% of the state's population. In this city election, with roughly 15% Latino turnout, that is not reflective of the county of LA. That is not reflective of the county of LA 10 years ago. That is reflective of the county of LA in 1970. So we have very striking differences between the who's actually voting and the overall population. And for those of us who grew up in LA, I'll name a couple neighborhoods that really put a point on this as well. Chinatown, Lakeview Terrace, Montecito Heights, Mission Hills, North Long Beach, Sun Valley, Sylmar. All of these communities have ethnic populations that are a majority of the population, and the largest ethnic population is either Latino or Asian among its registered voters. But all of those communities, the average voter was white. So it's a very different electorate. I mean, think of Sylmar as being a place where the average voter is a 60-year-old white homeowner, as opposed to if we were all just to get in a bus and go to Sylmar and step out and look at the population that those elected officials are representing. In terms of solutions, really, and this was talked about earlier, there are things that correlate with turnout very strongly. Being a permanent absentee voter seems to correlate with turnout. Having a high income, having a college degree, your age correlates with turnout. Home ownership. But until this committee comes up with a way to give everybody a home and give everybody a bachelor's degree and make everybody older, you really have to look at the levers that are available to the committee. And if you look at the final set of slides from that presentation, you can see that permanent absentee voter status has consistently been a divider in terms of those high turnout voters and the low turnout voters. And overall, no matter what the age is, that difference is roughly about 15 to 20 point difference for somebody who's a permanent absentee voter versus somebody who's a poll voter. If you're to look at this most recent LA election, it's true not only for the overall electorate, but even age groups. You can look at, homeowners, affluent, college educated, and if they're PAV, they turn out higher than their poll voting peers. If you look at low income renter Latinos, they turn out higher if they're a PAV than if they're a poll voter. So definitely there's a thing that out there. Researchers might dispute its actual effectiveness, but that is one thing that seems to be a lever that's available to those in Sacramento. it's available, and it seems like it would be effective, although, researchers definitely have to look at other elements in addition to PAV. There are other environmental factors that were discussed that really aren't my area of expertise, such as enthusiasm, such as the type of candidates. And again, those are things that seems like are not necessarily within the purview of this committee and of people in Sacramento. So I think the data that we've presented to you and that you have in front of you, I'm more than happy to answer questions about it. I'm more than happy to dive into these issues of absentee voting and also looking more deeply at age and income. And happy to take any questions or pass on to the other presenters.
Well, let's hear first from the other presenters. But thank you so much, Paul. That was fantastic, really fantastic. And is there a place where some of the participants can see some of this data?
Yeah, so
we'll put it on our websites.
Definitely put it on the websites. Both of them are available online right now, so they definitely can put it on the website.
Can you just let people, because a lot of folks are also watching online, what's the website that it's currently available on?
Well, this presentation in part is available on the Berkeley IGS website right now, and I can make sure that a link is available to it. And this document is available. It's a Tableau data set. It's on one of their servers, and maybe the committee can put a link to it on their website.
Perfect. All right. So the UC Berkeley Institute of Government Studies. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you. So I am a professor at Loyola. I am the vice president of the LA Ethics Commission, and I represent no one but myself. And I think my goal for the hearing will be to use more expletives than Kathy Fung did. So
please spare us.
But if I have to talk about voter turnout, we'll do that. So I'm going to briefly talk about three issues, kind of the what, and Paul laid that out better than I could. The why. Why did so few of us vote? And then the kind of so what. So what can we actually do about it? So first, as we all know, voter turnout is a two-part problem. I mean, first, it's not everyone is registering in the first place. And then those who even do bother to register, the vast majority of them are not showing up. So, we just heard 31% of people in November 2014 bothered to show up. That's hugely problematic. And it's problematic because, as we talked about, this isn't just a small subset of our population. This is a wildly skewed subset. So this is, we all know this by now at 1140. It's older, it's whiter, it's better educated, it's more affluent, and it's permanent vote by mail status. So this affects everything from who runs competitively to who gets elected to, frankly, even the most altruistic politician. I think you're responsive to the people who allow you to keep your job. You're responsive to voters, and that's only natural. But the issues that are important to voters are different than the issues that are important to the entire electorate. I mean, there's a reason that we're spending a lot more time talking about pension reform than student loan debt, or spending more time talking about elder care than higher education, because people for whom student loan debt and higher education are daily struggles or daily issues for them simply aren't showing up. They're not making their voices heard. So why should we care? It's because we have this, I've written about this before, we have what I think is a voting class. We have a donor class, and we talked a little bit about money and politics in the last cycle. We have a donor class that in many ways determines who can run, what is proposed, what's passed, and then we have a voting class that decides for the rest of us who will be our representatives, which ballot measures will pass, and we cede an enormous amount of power to this voting class. So I think we covered the why is this severely skewed a problem. So second, the why. Why do we have this? And, let's be really blunt, because in LA, we just really don't care for a couple of reasons. One, we don't think our votes matter. And the truth is, in a lot of situations, a few votes won't change the outcome. Then even if you can convince us it's going to change the outcome, not all of us really care that it will affect the outcome. So I think we have a big problem in terms of delivering information to the voters and allowing them to understand, why does it make a difference that this person was elected to state senate as opposed to that person? Why does it make a difference that your board of supervisor representative is this person as opposed to that one? And I think until you can explain to a voter, or I try and say this to my students, well, it matters that this board of supervisor candidate ultimately wins because, then unfortunately it becomes a somewhat rational decision not to decide to mail in your ballot or go to a polling place. How much do we not care? Well, LA is not a particularly political town, unfortunately. So I have a piece coming out in the Sacramento Bee on Sunday where I say, I compare elections to the Oscars or the Super Bowl. And if you ask people, we already talked about the Super Bowl a little bit. I understand that Paul is kind of a fair weather fan. I'm even less than that. But if we ask people, do you know the Oscars are on? Do you know the Super Bowl is on? Or who are you rooting for in the Super Bowl? Who do you hope wins in the Oscar? Everyone knows who's up for Best Picture. Everyone knows when it airs. Nobody knows when the next election is. Nobody can really articulate to you, outside the people in this room and some others, why they're endorsing a particular candidate or not. So there's a huge dearth of information, and I think that we need to look at a lot more ways to try and deliver information to the voters. So why, I said LA isn't a particularly political town. We're so spread out. Why is this the case? Because our districts are huge, and we don't really interact with our politicians in a kind of hand-to-hand combat sort of way. So we are used to not meeting our politicians. It is abnormal for us to say, oh, I know all my city council members. I've actually gone to a board of supervisor meeting and I've met them. And so they feel very distant and disconnected from us. Now, what happens as a result of these huge districts? How are people to reach the voters? Well, you on the other side have actually run for office as opposed to me who's just talked about it. But you have to reach people somehow. And when districts are so spread out, you can't go door to door. So what's left? What's left is paid and unpaid media. But what's left in LA is that when you're paying for media, you're paying a lot because it is a very expensive media market, as I don't have to tell anyone who's run for office here. So what does that, what's the problem with paid media? The problem with paid is that we have this cycle of discontent, and we talked about this a little bit when Kathy was talking about money in politics. So it takes a lot of money to run for office. It takes a lot of money to try and reach the voters. And then the voters are consistently turned off by money in politics. The voters consistently feel, well, politics is just a game for wealthy individuals, and my vote doesn't matter, and what matters is the people who can give or spend a lot of money. But we're in this terrible cycle because if you don't have money, you can't reach the voters. What about free media? Well, the problem with newspapers, radio, etc., I think in large part, those are already reaching the likely voters. The people who are listening to, Take Two or Press Play or any of the local NPR stations, those aren't necessarily the people we're trying to reach. The other issue is there are a lot fewer reporters than there used to be, and there are a lot fewer political reporters than there used to be. So there are just fewer people covering these issues and giving people the information that they need. None of my students get the paper. None of my former students get the paper. My parents get the paper. So in terms of free media and information delivery, I think there's also a dearth of information. So as you can see, the purpose of my presentation was to bring a lot of doom and gloom. I hope that someone cries at the end. So,
well, you're a law professor.
Well, that's what I say to my students too, and then I hand them their student evaluations. So, which always works out really well for me. So, I've laid out what are the problems. Okay, so what can we do about it? And we've talked about this a little bit before, but I think we should make the barriers to entry as low as possible. So first barrier to entry, registering to vote. What's the most radical solution? Automatic registration to vote. I mean, the most radical is you don't have to go through this. Is it all you don't have, there is no threshold before you get to the polling place or before you get your ballot. We change the burden so it's on the government to determine whether or not we're eligible. And if we are, then we will just come to you and vote. If you want to go less radical, if you want to just, drive a Mini through the boxes as opposed to a tanker truck, really implementing robust same-day voter registration, making it easy to vote online. Secretary of State Alex Padilla talked about the motor voter law. The state, I believe, used to pay for postage for mail-in ballots and don't anymore. So I think those are some things to consider when it comes to registration. And then second step is, okay, now you're registered, now you can vote. Are you actually going to? So we've talked about this a little bit before, early voting. In-person voter fraud just doesn't happen. I mean, so this idea of trying to make it more difficult to vote in person is a solution in search of a problem. And we can talk more or less about that. So extending early voting, allowing us to vote on weekends. I mean, the idea that we vote on Tuesdays, I believe, is because we used to live in an agrarian society and it took us a day to drive to the polling places. So we needed all Monday for the farmers to actually get there. We may need all day to cross LA, but it is no longer the case that Tuesday makes sense. Making sure that polling places are accessible to less likely voters. Colleges and universities. So the likely voters are coming out. Let's try and dive into the less likely. They can sway elections. Exploring touchscreen voting. I know the Secretary of State Padilla is going to talk about that. And ultimately the biggest change would be if I could say to my students, open up your iPhone, you can vote. If you can vote via text or online, and I don't know how far away we are from that, that to me would revolutionize. If you could tweet your vote, that would be a problem, but if you can get onto
Tweet seriously.
My tweets are really serious, so particularly when you talked about your biking outfit today. So if you can open up a secure app, if you can get on your laptop and vote, that would change things. In the meantime, while we're working on that, an app that provides people with information. So we talked about signs on freeways. If we can also have an app that says, put in your address really quickly, here's all the information that you need about the election. Third, and almost finally, ways to reduce voter fatigue. I think that we should vote less often. I love the idea of not voting for judges, so let's put that on the agenda. Fewer special elections, let's appoint more instead of these 8% turnout special elections. Maybe we should have a conversation about instant runoff voting, and we'll have fewer elections. And then finally, the Secretary of State was here, but we are in such desperate need of Vote Cal is an embarrassment, Cal Access is an embarrassment. They are both in need of updating. And so unfortunately I made it through without swearing, but I thank you very much for your time.
Really appreciate those comments, and I can see why you're the most quoted law professor on this issue. So thank you. I'm going to, with everyone's permission, ask my good friend Professor Sunshine to wait for just a couple seconds. Okay. Oh, you got some time? Okay, he wants to hear the professor. Okay, all right. Okay, because, all right, great. Well, let's hear from Professor Sunshine. Thank you.
Now I'm nervous. Now I'm really nervous.
And I'll say Professor Sunshine wrote Politics in Black and White, which was about Tom Bradley's political rise. He's written a number of books since then, but that formed sort of the inspiration for my undergraduate thesis. So it's good to have you here, Professor.
It was actually good. It was actually a good thesis. Well, thank you for having me. I'm happy to be part of this conversation. I applaud you for talking about Southern California because it is both the biggest problem and the biggest solution to the problem. In other words, you're grappling with the gap that if you fix, you'll have the single biggest impact on voting turnout in California. So congratulations and thank you for being here on that. Really, there's just some oddball things to talk about here, and I'm going to sort of run through them in no particular order. One is, why is Southern California turnout as low as it is? Historically, Southern California has always had a much less political culture than Northern California. This comes as no surprise to anybody. Writing in 1964, a political scientist wrote that there's more upset when Koufax has a bad night against the Giants than when there's a major turnaround in the political arena. That was 1964. That was before all these events occurred that we're talking about now. But what happened in the 1980s and beyond was, of course, a tremendous demographic change of immigration, of people who really needed a helping hand to get involved in the political process. And they came to a place where there were very few institutions and organizations that were able or willing to provide that. And honestly speaking, were it not for organized labor, the odds are the mobilization, even to the levels that we see, would not have occurred. And yet there was mobilization. The Latino vote in the city of Los Angeles quadrupled between 1993 and 2005. Asian Americans participated at a higher and higher level. And yet still, as Paul's research has shown, and I have a report we did on the city of LA, and I think I agree with Paul because he's one of the co-authors of the report, so I'll pass some copies here, finds many of the same things in the city of Los Angeles. One of the oddities of all this is make sure to state the problem correctly. We do not have a problem in presidential elections. In fact, if you look pretty carefully at our report and other reports, there really has not been a decline in voting turnout in the city of Los Angeles in presidential elections. It's a decline in everything else. Everything, and that connects with what happened in the two Obama elections of 2008 and 2012, when for the first time younger voters became an independent, mobilized constituency in elections. But of course, as Paul Mitchell has pointed out and others have seen, they disappeared between those two elections. And that is a very hard thing to come to grips with for us. V.O. Key once said something that losing candidates never agree with. He was a great political scientist. He said, the voters are not fools. The voters determine what they're going to do. And you'll never get anywhere in this conversation, by the way, if we all act like a bunch of schoolmasters telling them that they'd better get out there and vote. People are very cautious with how they use their time. And people have made the rational decision that there's really only one election in the entire American political system that can be guaranteed to lead to fundamental change, and that's the election of the president. And I think it's no surprise that people move heavily toward participating in that election. But everything else is a mess in our system, just a total mess. And I laugh when people say, let's undertake or not radical change. The only radical change is doing what we're currently doing. Because in comparison to other democracies, the radical structure is our structure, which intentionally or not has the effect of making it extremely difficult and unappealing for people to vote. So almost any change would not be radical, it would be a normalizing thing. For example, we are one of the only countries that requires voters to register on their own, which goes to what Professor Levinson is saying. We, by the way, think everybody must do that. But I don't know if you've ever read about a registration drive in other democracies. Essentially, the government is perfectly capable of solving the entire registration problem, and as most political scientists would argue, the single greatest barrier to voting is getting people to register to vote. All the organizations that are busy doing registration drives could then be doing mobilization drives from very easily accessible lists that include everybody. Now, of course, the Supreme Court will probably throw it out, in which case you could allow people to opt out by saying that they never intend to exercise their right to vote and are insulted to be included in the voting rolls. We could certainly allow that. You have to do stuff like that. But here's the problem. The bigger question is this. Why do we take a simple act and make it so complex? We've really had to work hard to do that. Why do we take the voting cues that people find most useful and bury them where they're hardest to find? Why do we have many elections that mean very little instead of a very small number of elections that, to borrow Paul Mitchell's analogy, is more like the fourth quarter of a professional basketball game where it really matters instead of all the other times when it doesn't matter? If voters are not fools, they are hungry for figuring out where those elections are so they can vote in them. And all the rest of them, it's just water off the duck's back. I am here to admit I do not vote for judge. I had some numerical things about the number of letters in their last names at one point, but I thought that that was a little embarrassing for me to admit. I just skip it. I have no idea why we vote for judge. I have no idea why we vote for special districts. Sometimes I wonder why we vote for boards of education. It's really unclear. In most democracies, the idea is you elect someone, give them a grant of power that can be visibly used, and then remove it when they are unable to do what it is you want to do. So clearly, we need to fix that. There's two other things I think we do backwards. Number one is we talk to people as if voting is an individual act, and that each person has to search their conscience to see whether or not they should vote. Voting is a social act, and it's an act that's exercised as a member of a group. Those of you up there who are elected officials know that you cannot survive in politics if you try to get to know every single individual, but you certainly know the groups in your district. I don't tell my students their vote matters. I don't tell them about elections one by one vote. I tell them what matters is whether people like you think people like them vote. In other words, it's a social act. In fact, I told them if you can get 50 students to vote, you could stay home because you've done a social act. And that's why turning voting into a social act, not an individual act, is so important. And that's why I do like this idea of voting places. I'd have food and music and have people visit and enjoy dropping off your ballot. You know, in the old days, 100 years ago, voting was a party. It was something people did for fun, and there was food and drink involved. Probably too much drink, but we can't go there, but non-alcoholic drink here in Southern California. The last two, though, are going to be really a little bit dicier for you. The most powerful motivator for people to vote are things that we've sort of decided aren't such good things. One of them is the political party. The other one is racial and ethnic identification. If you look at the data that Paul gathered for our report, the one election in Los Angeles in recent years where the Latino vote percentage exceeded the percentage of their registration was when Antonio Villaraigosa was elected mayor in 2005. There's not a single Asian American elected official in the city of Los Angeles, and I can't imagine that's not connected to a feeling in the Asian American community of not seeing representatives to whom they can have a direct relationship. These things matter. But the biggest one is political party. And we've gone to great lengths to convince people that anything involving parties is bad. It introduces something called conflict. I think conflict is good in politics if it's about important things. If it's about your personality or something about you personally, it's not that important. But if candidate A is going to do something really that differs from candidate B, and that difference can be shown to be connected to party, I will tell you this. Every political scientist will tell you that parties have been the best way to mobilize working class voters in American history. Now, you may not like this particular proposal, but I'm not a fan of the top two primary. Not because I don't think it's fun, and as commentators, it's absolutely one of the greatest things that's ever invented, because you can make numerous predictions with no evidence whatsoever about who's going to finish anywhere. But for the voter, it violates the fundamental rule that we should always be pursuing, which is simplicity and clarity in all things. The party primary, which is open to everybody, that type of party primary, or anybody can, even if you're not a member of the party, can vote, should not have been replaced by something which is wonderful for strategists, but terrible for voters, especially for voters for whom the party queue is very, very significant. It was said earlier, I think, Kathy Fung said it, that there's this danger of the parties driving people out of the races. Actually, that's a result of the top two primary because of the fear that the party will get sort of aced out of having their candidate in the final election. Now they're clearing the field. I predict in a year or two there will be party conventions to choose candidates pre-selected before the top two primary, and that is certainly not what people intended. I think it's much more important to have cues, to have simplicity, to have fewer elections that mean more. If I ran the zoo, as Dr. Seuss used to say, I would clear them all out except a small number of elections that really matter, that really make a difference. I would turn many elected offices into appointed offices. I would make sure that bodies that don't have an elected executive have an elected executive. And in truth, if you did all those things and had automatic registration to get that out of the way, I think you'd be surprised what would happen. I don't want you to give up on young voters. I don't want you to give up on the voters of Southern California. The worst thing you can do is get into a mode of what is it about these people that causes them not to vote? Because if you go back to the notion that voters are not fools, they're doing exactly what they consider reasonable in their lives and the place that politics has in their lives. And right now, unfortunately, since we have a bizarre system in which you elect a president in year one, and then 2 years later elect a president who vows to destroy the president, then 2 years later you re-elect the president, and then 2 years later you elect more people who don't like the president, and then you say it's astonishing that nothing gets done. It's very difficult. It's a difficult system, which leads to the last thing, and then I'll stop, which is civic education. It's not just that we need civic education, it's what we need to have in that civic education. And that has to be, I think about this as a social activity, about politics and government as a social activity, about understanding that unfortunately we have a weird system where if you vote every 4 years, you won't get what you want. Lastly, I think it sometimes motivates people to say, if your vote doesn't count, why are there so many states in the United States when people are trying to take away your vote? People are not aware of that because in California, we're all trying to help people to vote. But that's actually not the story of what's going on in the rest of the country. I think if you do that, you're going to be surprised because every young person I talk to is filled with interest about issues and they couldn't care less about candidates. But they're absolutely interested in issues. So make fewer elections about those issues, and I think you'll be astonished at what the turnout is. Thanks.
With that, we're going to make a slight adjustment and invite the founder of the African American Voter Education, Representation, and Participation Project, Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas, to add remarks that will be included in the ethnic turnout representation conversation. With that, Supervisor Ridley Thomas, can you come to the podium?
Thank you very much.
I want a picture of this.
Well, we'll accommodate you at the appropriate time.
Picture of democracy.
Pursuant to the chair's permission, Senator. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be here just to share these brief remarks with you. Senator Allen, Assemblyman Ridley Thomas as chairs of the Joint Committee. This is important work. The work that I'm here to speak to is pertaining to the African American Voter Rep Project, a decade plus in existence. Many of us have touched it in one way or another. It came into existence pursuant to the work of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the Urban League, several leading congregations, First African American, First African Methodist Episcopal Church, and the Faithful Central Bible Church were the original contributors, along with SCIU, feeling that it was critically important that civic engagement took on a focused and intense turn as it relates to African American and urban voters in Los Angeles County. It has now represented itself as the largest such effort in our state, and it is documented as so, having registered some 175,000 voters according to the Los Angeles County Registrar of Voters, who is here to attest to that. He brought his handy little tracker with him to make sure that everything that I say can be documented. This is an important accomplishment, and it is essentially an effort to garner the attention of African American institutions, civic, religious, business, etc., to focus on the historic contribution that this particular electoral sector has made. The Voter Rep Project has used a range of tools to accomplish that effort. They are both traditional and those that are considered to be contemporary. Registration, education, and participation, we believe all three have to be in place in order to accomplish the stated goals and objectives. And so by sustaining a high level of program integrity and the like, credibility and respect has been sustained. Let me just simply reference some of the efforts in which we have engaged over the past decade. In addition to the voter registration, the polling, the direct voter contact in the field, both phone banks and neighborhood canvassing, direct mail, that is persuasion, and GOTV, media, both traditional and social. This is a program that's full on to make sure that we educate the voters and then mobilize them. This is fundamentally important. The general elements that we've talked about were augmented by events over the past decade to basically do the business that needs to be done. In 2012, for example, the general election, teletown halls, and our branded entity called Dems and Faith, as well as radio ads, made a big difference in turnout models. So to the committee, as the founder of Voter Rep, we are pleased that we have been able to do what we have done in LA County, and in some instances statewide, such as the case currently being contemplated, because we know that big things are happening in 2016 and we need to be in place ready to do our work. And while difficult to make precise predictions, we know that we have had an impact, and we will continue to do that, ever so mindful of our history. We don't come to this without regard for our history. Voter Rep was in sponsorship league with the chairman of the joint committee just this past week in Sacramento, and with the California Association of County Registrar Recorders to screen Selma. And we did that as a point of saying this is a journey that we should never, ever forget. The 50th anniversary, Senator Hertzberg, of the Voting Rights Act defined the way in which we do business in the nation. And let me just simply say this is not relegated to or confined to southern states. The state of California had bilingual ballots and empowered a whole range of ethnicities specifically pursuant to the Voting Rights Act. Those men and women who walked across that Edmund Pettus Bridge had an impact on democracy of those who had desires to vote but couldn't because of their monolingual status. They were freed up. Their ability to vote was made possible by that very fact. And so we should realize that the parameters of democracy have been expanded because of that. So here we are 50 years later celebrating it. So let me just simply say we must not ever forget that. We must update the Voting Rights Act. The Supreme Court decision in Shelby constitutes what I want to say is an existential threat to democracy. And I'm proud that the County of Los Angeles is supporting H.R. 885, introduced last week. It's important that we do so for obvious reasons. And may I conclude by encouraging your respective committees to introduce a joint resolution that firmly places the California State Legislature on record in support of amending Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act to establish a new coverage formula for jurisdictions with histories of voter discrimination. It seems to me if we want to elevate and authenticate voting, make it relevant, Professor Sonnenschein, we've got to make it right. Justice defines the franchise, and I'm here to just simply say that the African American Voter Registration Education Project stands in that tradition, not narrowly, not parochially, expansively. We reach young people, and this is a matter of investment. And it's not limited to African Americans alone. We focus on urban voters generally because we know that there's much work to be done in a collaborative way. So I wish to thank you for this opportunity to share these thoughts with you and look forward to the continuing dialogue.
Mr. Supervisor, very quickly, the political data information that was shared by Mr. Mitchell from Political Data Incorporated says that in LA County, in the 2014 general, there were 687,963 eligible African American voters, and the turnout in the general election was 178,867 voters. Some 400,000 plus of voters missing from the polls. Any ideas about what can immediately impact that with the African American turnout in LA County? Because that's a significant drop off from those who are eligible to those who actually voted.
Mr. Chairman, let me permit me to quote Dr. King, who said, it's not a question only of having the right to vote, but to have a reason to vote. And it seems to me the relevancy of the ballot is hardly insignificant in terms of what causes people to turn out. Voter fatigue is a factor, but the issue is what is the inspiration that is afforded voters. It is not enough to say it is one's responsibility. There really does have to be more in play here. The other thing that I want to suggest is that we have to work very hard to make sure that the data is correct and that the voting rolls are clean, that they accurately reflect the realities. One of the ways that the Voter Rep Project has done that is to make sure that people are registered. There is high degrees of some would call it dynamism, but otherwise known as transiency in the marketplace, in the electoral sectors. Therefore, you have to make sure that people are registered to vote because in many instances they become ineligible owing to the fact that they've moved and other reasons and they do not re-register. That is one of the real key factors that keep the roles accurate, vibrant, and relevant to the task at hand. This is the way in which we believe we are making a contribution, and we have to regularly study the gap between eligibility and turnout. And the intermediary factor is registration itself. And eligibility is one thing, but if people are not registered, if they're registered, they're not educated, if they're educated and don't vote, not enough has then been accomplished. And so we try to take a comprehensive view of this, and that's not easy work, that's simple work, but I want to assert no single portion of the electorate should be written off. There is a tendency in some instances to do that. Now, why? Well, sometimes you can't track African American voters because you don't know if someone lives in the Fairfax Pico community, if in fact it's an Anglo person or an African American person by the name of Mitchell or Smith. And so I authored legislation when I was in the legislature precisely to try to give the option to designate ethnicity so that we can more accurately know. Otherwise, it's reduced to a Spanish surname, an Asian surname, or you can identify persons who are of Jewish ethnicity in some instances with a fair degree of accuracy, but not always. So black people can disappear unless we have a more accurate way of identifying who they are. The voting registration cards give the option now pursuant to that legislation, and we have to do more of that to make sure that no one is excluded or disregarded or seen as less relevant than they ought to be. I thank you for your question.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming in. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so this gets us back to our fantastic panel, and really appreciate everyone's comments and thoughts. I would love to ask Professor Sunshine, but the other folks can comment on this too, Professor Levinson. Why is it that we have a registration process, voter registration process, when I know in Mexico, for example, you turn 18, you're automatically registered to vote, you get a voter card. That's your national ID. It's also your voting cédula, they call it. Love to get a better sense of the history and the reasons why we have a separate registration process when everyone knows. I mean, when the government has a list of every citizen already.
Well, I think you just said it in that last phrase, which is that there's always been a huge suspicion of government record keeping, of ID cards. We do not have an ID card, and nobody thinks there should be a national ID card.
So we create a whole nother registration system.
Correct. We create a voluntary, put the burden on the voter, but historically, voting has never been that easy in the United States, even going back to colonial times. In fact, it has always been a battle to make it easier, to make it more inclusive. Remember that the biggest battles were about who would literally be allowed to vote in the first place. Right. So that really took the lead, and then because the individual states have had so much autonomy in voting, and the Constitution, unfortunately, really puts voting in the hands of the individual states, it has been remarkable to me that even in recent years, although a number of states have talked about automatic registration, nobody's really pulled the trigger. It's very odd. The new governor of Oregon, as Secretary of State, which is the position she's coming from, was a strong advocate of that. And it'd be very interesting to see. I was sort of hoping California would jump first, but it's been discussed in a couple of states. I think what it runs up against is a little bit like the Australian model of mandatory voting, is the strong strain of suspicion of the government in the United States. And it's odd because this would be the government giving us easy access to a right. It's not a tax, it's nothing like that. And it wouldn't be a penalty for not doing it. What's that?
Giving you the right to control the government.
Right, but I think that people in politics, even in states where it ought to be adopted, have been reluctant to just go that last extra step. So what we end up doing is we do everything but. We try to make it easier. We do it online. We try to, we show up at your house and say, can we help you register to vote? And we don't do the obvious thing that would allow us to save all that. But I think it has to do with the sort of culture of suspicion of government. That'd be my guess. I don't know if you guys agree.
I think it's a culture of suspicion, and you said, Senator Allen, the right to control the government. My understanding, based on my memory, is that we didn't want certain people to have the right to control the government, so that certain people are less likely to register to vote. Everyone in the room is likely to register. Immigrants, working class people, people who didn't look like the people who were in control of the government levers. So I think it was actually quite a hostile act to put the burden on people who were less likely to take that step, and therefore try and control who could weigh in on who could control the government.
Do you want to jump in on something?
Good, second. lightning round. Would every one of the member of the panelists support automatic registration if you had a vote in the legislature, if you were governor?
This afternoon.
After the football game, I know. Yeah.
There's a football game? Absolutely.
I'm with you, but you'll.
I would, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I think it's important to also make sure that we accurately contract the racial and ethnic demographic groups. I don't know if automatic registration would lose that, but it certainly be a concern. And I'm glad that the supervisor came and spoke, because that was a battle in 2004 to 2006. There was an effort to actually remove the opportunity to designate one's ethnicity in some of these forms. Now, through Cover California and similar kind of governmental service metrics, it's likely that information will be tracked. But if we're not intentional, that would easily be swept under the rug, I suspect.
Can I just engage the chairman? Yeah, but can't you have automatic registration with that intentionality? Yeah, I mean, you just track it. It doesn't seem to be a big issue. I mean, this whole registration system, Protestant white men who own land were the only voters when this country started as a alleged democracy, right? And the whole argument is it took until after the Voting Rights Act to really start actually getting the beginning frames of a real democracy. But,
Just wanted to mention that because it kind of became a bureaucratic, and a couple of external interest groups for various reasons said that, they were reaching for pluralism, but they were missing the beautiful tapestry of this state, of this country, in attempting to. That's the negative aspect of scrubbing the rolls that I think that some at the time were talking about. But it's just something to mention. That's all.
Thank you. So as you look at other jurisdictions, other counties, other states, other nations, who out there has it right? Who do you look at in your studies and think, God, I really wish California, or wish LA County, wish City of LA could be more like?
So, well, I mean, I'm never satisfied with anything. So I don't think, I don't think anyone has it exactly right. I mean, there are things that are incredibly difficult to change, like the culture in LA. So I was talking to a colleague last night in preparation for the testimony, and she said, when I went to college in Santa Cruz, by the end of my first semester, I had met every council person. And so we just have intangibles that are difficult to do. So I know that LA County is a huge county, and I know that Dean Logan is going to talk about this, but we have like the same number of people dedicated to do outreach in LA County as like Stanislaus County has. So outreach is key. I mean, I'm on the board of an organization called See Political that does animated videos to explain to people what are we actually voting on. And so I think outreach of the county registrar to really become part of the fabric of voters' lives and to explain to them, here's when we're voting, here's how you can do it, here's what we're voting on, here's an easy way to understand would be enormously helpful. And, changing the culture, I mean, I'd love to hear from people as to how we can do that. Again, it's very hard when you have to spend an hour and a half in the car to cross a district.
Yep.
Yeah. I wouldn't compare us to other countries because they have simpler systems. It's actually an easier task. I mean, most of them have parliamentary systems where they have a big election every few years that determines everything and people vote in that. But even there, and many other countries concerned about the declining turnout of young people. This is actually worldwide. In this country, I think the state that maybe did the most until it was reversed in the last few years was North Carolina. Was perhaps one of the most progressive states in the country. They've now abandoned almost all of the procedures they had, including they had wonderful early voting, they had ways to encourage young people to vote, and it was a model for everybody else. It's, I think, very sad that it's been, I think it was reversed because it was working. Some of the other western and southwestern states, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, and the Northwest have done interesting stuff. And my guess is those will be real pioneers now that we'll probably be looking at.
and you mentioned North Carolina, and the supervisor mentioned Shelby and Section 4. And so I think it's really important to remember what happened in North Carolina. They were able to roll back all of these really progressive reforms like early voting, voting centers, because the Supreme Court in Shelby said, oh no, we don't have a problem with this anymore. So Section 5 essentially became inapplicable. And so in California, for us to have a very robust Voting Rights Act, I think is doubly important now. And interrupt.
Okay, this is helpful. One of the things I should mention to the panelists and also the folks who are going to be coming up later, we're going to be having a hearing on some of these very same issues and looking at this from a statewide perspective on, I think, March 25th up in Sacramento, and looking for, who should we be bringing in to help the committee kind of better understand these issues as well. So please, give us suggestions either now or later as well as we prepare for that hearing. But this was very, very helpful. Senator Hertzberg, do you have any additional questions for the panel?
Just want to disclose publicly that my political campaign was a client of Mr. Mitchell's firm, just to make sure we all know. I see my chief of staff in the audience, and I know that she keeps me in compliance. But no, this is a great panel, excellent suggestions. I think that, look, it really is this larger dynamic about these barriers to entry. I thought, Professor Levinson, your analysis of that is exactly how, at least I think about this stuff. And I just think we've got to take the most aggressive approach possible to remove every barrier. I did the $200 million in voting machines because I saw what happened in Florida and tried to do same-day registration years ago, and we got 15, and now we got the same day. These are important. I think we're going to see technology interceding where we can, in fact, tweet our votes, so to speak, into the system. We do everything else. We buy cars and look at our genetics and everything else on these instruments. And, so I think you're going to see that. And I think it's great, Mr. Chairman, that you're doing this committee, because we really need to take a big picture approach to this stuff. I only look at this thing as that, there really is an effort by folks to have a chilling effect on people voting. That has been a history of this country and community after community throughout and state by state. And so it's time to just get past that, to really make the Voting Rights Act real. I suspect if Martin Luther King were here today, he'd be pretty upset about the state of affairs after the price that they paid on that bridge and other endeavors with respect to voting. And we've just got to get on with it, number one, and then give people reasons to vote and take out every barrier possible. If at the end of the day they choose not to, it is not Australia, but we've got to make it real. And the last thing is kind of the reality test in all of this. Is Kathy was talking about this a little bit in how we run campaigns. We politicians try to fish for any vote that we can find, anybody who would vote for us. If everybody has a ballot, everybody's registered, we have a broader swath to try to get people to vote, knocking on doors instead of getting the last day, get out the vote, where you identify your ones and twos with your political data, but to do it in a way where we're doing it for a month. We've seen it in other jurisdictions, and to me, the more you can get people to participate, you in fact create this dynamic between candidates and campaigns and voters, is to articulate the reasons why you should vote rather than just some last minute schmear thing, and really, I think, not only enhance the participation, but enhance the integrity and quality of the communication that when people are voting. So it's all good, and your excellent suggestions, and Chairman, I think you should introduce bills on all those measures.
That's what we're trying to figure out here. Thank you so much, Senator. Thank you so much to the panelists for your very, very insightful comments and thoughts. We're next going to hear from Dean Logan, who all eyes are on Registrar Recorder Dean Logan, who is tasked with running the elections system here for Los Angeles County, and he's got some very interesting ideas about extending out the period of time for voting. We're going to be hearing his proposals and also the past experience of the county. So good to see you here, Mr. Logan, and we look forward to your comments.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and Senator Hertzberg. Thank you for having the hearing today. I hope that you will indulge me. A lot of what I intend to cover in my remarks is somewhat duplicative of testimony you've already heard, but I do think it's important to be on the record and for you to hear my voice as a practitioner of the election administration process, and to convey to you and your colleagues in the legislature that we as election administrators do recognize our role in this process of encouraging voter turnout and participation. So for the record, my name is Dean Logan, and I am the Registrar, Recorder, County Clerk for Los Angeles County. I'm pleased to appear before you today and to participate in this dialogue about voter participation in Los Angeles County. The issues, challenges, and opportunities associated with voter engagement and participation in the communities that make up LA County are extremely important and timely. I want to assure you and your colleagues in the legislature that I take these issues very seriously, and I recognize their significance to the broader discussion on the health and future of our electoral process in the state. With 4.8 million registered voters, Los Angeles County is the largest county elections jurisdiction in the nation. To put that into perspective, the registered voter population in this county exceeds the statewide electorate in 42 of the 50 states. In addition to our size, the county is also characterized by socioeconomic, racial, and ethnic diversity. While these elements make for a vibrant democratic process, they also present a number of challenges when it comes to encouraging eligible citizens to register and vote. For example, despite its large electorate, as you've heard already today, there are an estimated 1.2 million eligible citizen adults not registered to vote in LA County. Under the provisions of the Federal and State Voting Rights Act, the county provides language assistance in 9 written languages and bilingual poll worker support in an additional 3 languages other than English. The geography of the county, covering 4,083 square miles, includes both urban and rural areas, coastal and inland regions, and communities that represent nearly all extremes of the socioeconomic status. Los Angeles counties are also characterized with high rates of mobility. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, on average, county residents move every 1.2 years, and as you can imagine, the rate of updating their voter registration information and status is much slower. Additionally, data collected by the U.S. Census Bureau indicates the 2 fastest growing populations in the county are residents between the ages of 18 and 25 and those over the age of 65. And for the first time in our history, residents under the age of 30 make up a plurality of the county's population. As the Registrar, Recorder, County Clerk, I serve as the Chief Elections Official charged with the effective administration and conduct of federal, state, and local elections in Los Angeles County. Beyond my department's administrative responsibilities is its responsibility to also ensure that the elections process is accessible to all registered voters through sustained efforts to educate, inform, encourage, and facilitate voter participation. It is my strong belief that increased voter participation is founded on an accessible electoral process that eliminates barriers and reduces the effort and resources necessary for our eligible citizens to register and vote. A comprehensive voter outreach and education program is a necessary and critical function of elections administration. Our department maintains a modest yet permanent staffing level devoted to planning and implementing year-round voter outreach and education programs. These efforts sustain our ongoing commitment to foster a strong culture of voter participation in the county. However, the challenge of scale and dwindling resources can often limit the impact of those efforts. I'm happy to provide specific examples of those activities during Q&A or as a follow-up to today's hearing. Over the past 3 decades, voter turnout in Los Angeles County, as in much of the state, has been declining, especially in primary and off-year elections, declining from 53% voter turnout in the 1982 statewide primary to 23% in the June 2010 primary, and more recently 17% in the June 2014 statewide primary. And as has already been highlighted this morning, we are all alarmed by the historically low turnout in the most recent November gubernatorial general election. While this decline in participation is relatively recent, history of the American voting experience is ripe with examples of citizens embracing the voting franchise as a means of shifting public policy, flexing civil rights, and breaking through barriers. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Federal Voting Rights Act, we're reminded of the significance and the very recent uncertainty and imbalance associated with the freedom to register and to vote. Local examples here in Los Angeles County tell stories of voters mobilizing around events and issues despite system limitations and administrative barriers. In 2008, when regulatory changes imposed by the Secretary of State curtailed early voting options in Los Angeles County, voters still flocked to our offices in Norwalk, literally wrapping around the building and standing in lines to cast votes in advance of Election Day. In 2003, voter participation in the off-cycle recall election well exceeded what we experienced in November. And in 2011, a very local example, voters in the city of Bell showed up in droves to reclaim governance of the city after the aftermath of the high-profile political corruption in that community. Arguably, more than any electoral jurisdiction in the country, Los Angeles County voters have seen the elections process leveraged to break ethnic, socioeconomic, and gender barriers, leading the nation in the election of public officials representing the breadth of the demographics that define the county. Why then are we experiencing record low rates of voter participation? Increasingly, as you've heard today and as referenced in your earlier remarks, the discussion around voter participation is focused on the mechanics of how elections are conducted, the places, dates, times, options, and equipment used to vote here in Los Angeles County and beyond. Recent coverage has highlighted statistical disparities between the geographic population base in Los Angeles County and higher rates of voter participation in lower populated regions of the state, and the variance in the number of voters registered to vote by mail in other regions of the state compared to Los Angeles County. With regard to vote by mail, let me be clear that Los Angeles County actively promotes options for voting by mail, and the use of mail ballots, while consistently remaining below statewide averages, has steadily increased over the past decade. In the past 5 years, for example, the number of permanent vote by mail voters has increased from just over 600,000 in 2010 to nearly 1.6 million today. You have heard or will hear from other speakers today who have researched vote-by-mail trends and associated demographic impacts in Los Angeles County and across the state. We're continually engaging with those who do that research, and in recognition of the emphasis of vote-by-mail in the post-election analysis, we will be expanding our outreach and the promotion of vote-by-mail in Los Angeles County. Others point to the lack of hotly contested, high-profile campaigns and partisan polarization as symptoms of the decline in turnout. Many contend society, and younger generations in particular, are just apathetic and disengaged. Yet research indicates a higher rate of participation in other forms of civic engagement, such as volunteerism and community activism. Still others surmise that the frequency of elections and/or the outdated equipment we use to vote have deflated the significance of voting or rendered it out of place with today's fast-paced, information-driven way of life. I believe all of those theories have relevance and should be explored further. There's great opportunity for administrative improvement and expanded outreach in education. Without broader context, however, I believe that these theories leave the conversation incomplete and the likelihood of near-term shift uncertain. Recognizing this, a broader conversation about voter participation then has to go beyond the mechanics of how voting works to include the more challenging question of what voting means and why large numbers of voters are affirmatively opting out. To do this, Los Angeles County recently partnered with the Greenlining Institute and the Future of California Elections on a voter experience project in which on-scene video interviews were conducted with voters just after they voted at their polling places during the June and November 2014 elections. A summary report and a link to a brief video about the project have been provided for your information. Our next step is to use that same model of engagement, in-person video interviews, to reach out to non-voters to get a better handle on the systemic and motivational dynamics that contribute to registered voters opting out of election participation. It is absolutely incumbent upon those of us charged with the administration of elections to expand and modify the process to ensure ease and access to voting. Los Angeles County has taken on that challenge in an effort to modernize our voting systems based on a voter-centered design and development model that will result in voting equipment that is sustainable, secure, and transparent, while at the same time agile enough to adapt to changing voter preferences, advancements in technology, and shifting demographics. I'm pleased that those efforts led to the passage of Senate Bill 360, which fundamentally changed the way voting systems are tested and approved in California, and that the project was recognized last year as a national model by the Presidential Commission on Elections Administration. That large-scale systemic change to elections administration in Los Angeles County, however, will take time to fully develop and implement. Current projections are to begin implementing the new systems in the 2018 election cycle. In the interim, it's critical that we maintain the integrity and viability of our existing systems, and that we expand administrative efforts to increase voter engagement and participation as we bridge to a more modernized voting experience. Los Angeles County is a media-driven market. Because of its size and its demographic and geographic diversity, effective countywide outreach efforts that are true to scale must incorporate a coordinated media outreach strategy. In particular, for elections, media sources like television, radio, digital, online, print, including ethnic media, are the primary sources voters turn to during elections. An expanded voter outreach and education program requires engagement with a broader spectrum of those outlets. We have worked to develop strategic partnerships with local media partners, primarily radio, in order to develop and implement comprehensive and substantive media campaigns that go beyond simple ads. We've adopted a strategy of meeting voters where they are, as opposed to more traditional public outreach models that seek to draw citizens into government websites. In doing that, we've secured commitments from specific media outlets to leverage their resources and their talent to promote voting and elections in new, innovative ways, taking advantage of social media and other forms of digital commerce. Additionally, in 2014, we partnered with the Orange County Registrar of Voters in a shared messaging campaign targeted to the Southern California region and media market, offering interactive web-based voter information and public service announcements through digital radio. Those efforts have proven effective, in particular in increasing voter registration activity, but they have been limited in scope and reach due to minimal resources and clearly the increased visibility and emphasis on turning voters out to vote once they're registered is needed. Currently, the department has an annual budget of just $250,000 for outreach and education activities. In 2008, a time when the county's turnout was competitively high, as you've heard today, the department implemented a larger scale media campaign with great success. In fact, we earned national recognition as an innovative best practice by the National Association of Counties. Unfortunately, those efforts were funded using one-time federal funds from the Help America Vote Act that are no longer available for ongoing activity. For reference, a comprehensive collaborative media campaign effort in Los Angeles County is estimated to range in cost from $500,000 to $2 million per election cycle. In addition to increasing and stabilizing funding for comprehensive voter outreach and education, California is at a point where we can and should begin investing resources and aligning our regulatory framework to support more portable and interactive voting options, such as community vote centers, early voting, and expanded mail ballot distribution and ballot drop-off boxes. To do that effectively, we have to come to terms with the way in which we fund elections and address the current suspension of state mandates that were put in place to support increased vote-by-mail activity, voter file maintenance, the conduct of special vacancy elections, and systemic improvements like the same-day voter registration law that's scheduled to be implemented in 2017. Similarly, we have laws on the books. We just passed a law to allow for pre-registration of 16 and 17-year-olds. It's a great symbolic move. What we didn't do in California is provide the resources to stay engaged with those 16 and 17-year-olds after they pre-register so that when they turn 18, they can seamlessly engage in the process. We also need to address issues of voter fatigue resulting from the frequency of elections and the overlap of local elections. And this is a phenomenon that's exaggerated in Los Angeles County, where since 2009 we've conducted a total of 38 elections, and that doesn't include the elections that are independently conducted by many of our cities. This includes the upcoming March 17th special vacancy election in the 21st State Senate District, where only one candidate will appear on the ballot. But full-scale election with all its complements is mandated at an estimated cost of $1.4 million that will be borne by Los Angeles County. Those are resources that arguably could be better used to support voter outreach and education activity, and the frivolity of the election impacts voters' impression about the importance of voting. Better use and collection of data is another focus area. We need to look at microdata analysis to ensure that efforts geared toward increasing voter participation don't simply address overall turnout, but that they measure the impact and engagement of traditionally underserved and underperforming communities as well. In that regard, it's important to maintain voter education programs and voter information on a year-round basis, not limited to the period just ahead of the election. Finally, as a community at large, government, nonprofits, civil rights organizations, advocacy, and private enterprise, we all need to identify the events, examples, and medium necessary to inform or remind the electorate of the power of the vote, the leveling impact it can have on the political playing field, the linkage between citizen-driven elections and the adoption of public policy, the foundation it provides for ensuring public safety and other essential services, and the voice it provides for those who would otherwise be voiceless. To that end, I have engaged our Community Voter Outreach Committee, representing over 200 community and non-governmental organizations, and a subset advisory committee to help develop a strategy and approach to voter engagement specifically geared toward participation in the 2016 election cycle. Preliminary discussions started earlier this year and will continue in the weeks and months ahead. History has shown that when the electorate is engaged and the power of the vote is ignited, citizens will exercise their right to vote without regard to place, date, time, options, or equipment. As we look at increasing our investment in improving the voting experience in Los Angeles County and statewide, we must match that with efforts to reconnect our community to the power of its franchise. Again, I want to thank you for conducting this informational hearing, for bringing increased visibility to this important topic, and for the opportunity to address you today. I welcome additional dialogue on these issues, and I look forward to working in partnership with your committees and the many organizations represented here today who share a common desire for a more engaged and participative electorate.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Registrar Recorder. I'm going to let Senator Hertzberg start the questions.
Let me just reiterate what the Secretary of State says. As I've traveled around the state being involved in this issue, you are indeed the gold standard. So, you know, we're looking to you big time, sir, to continue to help us. But let me start with just a couple of quick questions first. If we had automatic registration, everybody's on the rolls, how would you implement that?
Well, I think it's an important question, and I was happy to hear the dialogue that brought up about the model that's proposed in Oregon. I'm following that model very closely, and I'm curious to see. I'm hopeful that it passes in Oregon, so we can have the chance to learn from it. What Oregon has proposed, former Secretary Brown and now Governor Brown, is recognizing that in the DMV records of the state, 90% of the eligible voters are already identified. They have driver's license or state ID numbers. So if you take that 90% and put them on the rolls and give them the option to opt out as opposed to the option to opt in, then you can focus your resources on the 10% who aren't represented in that file. I think that I don't know that the percentage matches exactly in California, but I think that there's validity in that. And I think that that's a great example of how we're still conducting elections and the voter registration process the way it was conducted in the 60s and 70s. And I think that proposal tells a story of how we could modernize the process, repurpose those resources. We spend a lot of money processing voter registration applications in LA County.
Do you have any data on that? I mean, you know, one of the issues we always get in these situations is cost, we need more money. But the reality is if you don't have to process all these applications, it's a cost avoidance issue, pretty significant cost avoidance issue.
That's absolutely correct.
Have you done any diagnostics, just back of the envelope on that to determine new cost versus cost of avoidance as to what this would cost? Any ideas? Any sense on that?
I can provide you with some analysis that I did simply on what we currently pay for the voter registration process. And I would agree with you. I think the vast majority of those resources would go away in a system like that. I mean,
yeah, it's kind of like the suggestion I have legislation, which we'll probably call you up on, that deals with sending out everybody a ballot. I had 8 pieces physically that I got from you in an envelope when I applied. I had to go out and apply, mail it in, and then I have 8 pieces where you could just simply add, whether you do a tear off on the back or something that's convenient to make that work, a lot less cost. I think we'll analyze that. The next question is, it had been suggested to me that possibly the Medi-Cal or, you know, the covered California could be a place where you could mine additional names for an automatic registration system. Have you had to give any thought to that?
I have, and I think what I would mention is there is a program that was developed by the Pew Center on the Trust, their election initiatives program, that is available today to California to participate in. It's called the Electronic Records Information Center, and its sole purpose is to take data from existing public databases, merge that together to both identify changes in status of existing registered voters, but also to identify in a very targeted way the eligible unregistered population in the state, and to allow you then to target your resources to going after those who are not currently registered. And it uses that same model, just as you were saying. It takes state agency data, national databases, it mines that data, and California has the opportunity to participate in it. And the great thing about that is it's still in its infancy, so we would have the opportunity to influence the further development of that. I think there are about 8 states that are currently participating in that. The key to that, I think legislatively, the key to that is we would have to authorize the release of our, on a minimum to enter into it, we would have to authorize the release of our DMV data to the ERIC project, and then we could also look at other state databases. But I think minimum for entry is the voter file and the DMV database.
Last question, Mr. Chairman, and that is, have you had a chance at all to look at the notion of weekend voting? I mean, just the idea that you're in the middle of the week, you're dealing with your kids, taking them to school, you got to go to work, and then you got to find time to go to the polls if you're someone who likes to go to the polls as opposed to an absentee voter. Have you given any thought to that?
Absolutely, and that is a cornerstone of the voting modernization process that we're working on in LA County. I think that, as other speakers have said, that the notion that we vote on a random Tuesday between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. is outdated. We know, again, despite those administrative obstacles, we still have lots of voters who trek out to Norwalk on the weekends before the election.
I saw that, yeah.
On Sunday before the election is a particularly busy day. We need to expand that option, and we need to make that available throughout the county. And what's held us back on that has been the delay in moving forward with technology in California that would support. Obviously, we have 300 plus ballot styles throughout the county. So we need to have a system that will give us the ease, so if you walk into a vote center in the library downtown or out in Van Nuys or in
I get my ballot.
that we get you the right ballot.
Right. But isn't that doable? I mean, I've looked at that. I mean, we do that in the private sector all the time. You just have something, you put in your precinct number or what your address is, and you print it out. Doesn't seem to me to be very difficult. Technologically, we do that all the time.
It's not. The model of it is not difficult technology-wise. The problem is the technology we're using in LA County is, by and large, the technology that was introduced in the 1968 presidential election.
I'm sorry, don't you have the, we did a $200 million bond that I did when I was in government. Didn't you get a piece of that money? I remember.
We have that money, and we are using that for this project. We have been prevented from moving forward due to the inability to get new systems certified in the state of California. SB 360 has moved that needle, and we should be in a position to do that.
Have you modeled the weekend costs as to what that's going to cost if you have to keep people at polls and stuff? Have you given, as part of your analysis to determine the cost? It's always a barrier.
What I would recommend is that we do a cost offset on that based on a gradual tracking of how many people utilize those regional vote centers, and then begin to reduce the number of polling places on election day, and it will cover those costs.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Senator. Okay, I'd love you to kind of talk a little bit more about some of your vision for the future, to the extent that you're allowed to discuss it. But we've talked a little bit about some of the elements. You've talked about vote centers. I mean, can you sort of chart it out a little bit more for the folks listening?
Sure. I think the core elements of the Voting Systems Assessment Project in LA County are and it is based on a voter-centered model. I mean, all of the design and the research that's gone into this project has been based on talking directly with voters about their experience. Much of what you heard today is represented in that dialogue. We hear all the time from voters who tell us that the current process is, I talked to a group of students the other night who described the current voting process in LA County as old, cold, and impersonal. And as a person who spends my professional life working in that environment, that's painful to hear. So we need to turn that around. So the process that we're looking at, first and foremost, is a publicly owned, publicly operated voting system that has the ability to meet the needs of voters today and the way that they interact today, but also has the ability to adapt to changes in voter behavior and advances in technology in the future. So with that said, what we contemplate implementing is this vote center model. It would include touchscreen interface voting equipment, different than the direct recording electronic voting equipment you heard about earlier today. It would be what we refer to as ballot marking devices that would allow the voter to view the ballot in whatever language they desired. It would have accessibility components that would allow voters with disabilities to vote independently and to use accessible technology. But at the end of that voting experience, it would produce a paper, human-readable ballot that shows the voter the choices that they select. That ballot would then go into a ballot box and would be tabulated independent of that marking device. In addition to that, we envision what we're referring to as an interactive sample ballot. This gets to the issue of socializing the voting experience and taking advantage of the mobile technology that's out there. I think direct voting on mobile devices and over the internet has challenges, and I think is a ways off. But what we can do is socially interact with voters. We can give them a sample ballot that they can do their research, mark in advance of going in to vote. They can take it with them to vote, much the way you do a boarding voting pass, scan it in at the voting location, verify that their selections were read correctly, and then cast the ballot and put that into the ballot box. It would also allow for the ability to take advantage of some of the socialized apps that are out there in terms of getting direct access to candidate information, measure information, to sharing opinions with colleagues and peers in ways that aren't encouraged by today's voting process. So I think those are the two major components of that. It's not an overly complicated process. I think what's been complicated is navigating the regulatory environment and the limited market that's been available for voting systems, and essentially, quite candidly, in Los Angeles County, we've just decided to plow past that and to work on a publicly owned, publicly operated system that we will put out for competitive bid.
So when you say this, when you mention the regulatory market, what can we do to help you with your task from a state legislator's perspective with regards to raising turnout and implementing these kinds of reforms?
Sure. Well, certainly Senate Bill 360 helped considerably in that. There will be a need, for instance, the vote center model that we've talked about so much today. Early voting is authorized in California law. Interestingly, it's only authorized leading up to Election Day. There's nothing in the current law that would allow you to have vote centers on Election Day. So that's probably an easy fix, but that would require legislation. The ability to, as we implement regional voting centers that serve all voters in a county, to get past the current thresholds that require establishing individual precinct polling places throughout the county in election is another area where there should be some give and take. Again, I would recommend that happen gradually so that as voters migrate to the regional voting centers that we have a similar reduction in the number of polling places. But right now there are very specific formulas in state law about how many polling places, their proximity and all of that. And again, that's based on the one-to-one match. Certainly, I spoke a lot, and I heard from your side of the panel today the interest in more comprehensive voter outreach and education programs. If that is viewed by the California legislature as a fundamental responsibility of election administrators, that should be codified in law, and there should be resources to support that. The bureaucratic answer, and it was covered in my testimony, but I feel compelled to repeat it, is that right now the state is not covering the cost of those things that are already in election law. So the fact that in LA County over the last 4 fiscal years we've conducted over 20 special vacancy elections, and I've had to, working with the county budget office, come up with over $28 million to cover the costs of those vacancy elections, makes it harder for me to advocate with the county board of supervisors and the county budget office to funnel money into voter outreach and education. So we really need to tackle the issue of how elections are funded in California and make sure that that's sustainable over time as well.
And also this whole question of special elections. I mean, you mentioned the fact that up in the northern portion of the county, we've got one candidate on the ballot, and we're spending $1.4 million on that one election with one candidate on the ballot, when at the same time you've only got $250,000 total for your outreach activities.
That's correct, and I would love to share with you some of the tweets I'm receiving from voters in that area as they're receiving those voting materials, and I'm seeing that there's only one candidate on the ballot.
I mean, it's an absurdity, and I think it's something we ought to look at, when it comes to several things, both involving the special election rules and appointments and that kind of thing, but also, of course, looking at the resources question. So ultimately, if you're explaining, if a voter comes up to you and says, "What the heck's going on in LA County?" What's your quick answer? If maybe there isn't a quick answer, but how do you answer this question of why we were so far below the rest of the state in voter turnout in the last election, when we had the same issues, same propositions, same candidates as other counties?
I think, unfortunately, there is no one single silver bullet answer to that question. What I think we have all heard here today, though, is a fairly unified voice of what the symptoms of of that situation are. And I think it's everything that we've talked about. I think it has to do with the frequency of the elections. It has to do with the high profile contests and the polarization in our community, but it also has to do with the demographics of LA County. And I think, as you've heard today, there are a lot of people out there looking at that and trying to tackle that. I think we have to continue that dialogue and not be afraid to try new things. I think that one of the things I would say, and I mentioned this at the Future California Elections meeting earlier this week, one of the things that was very memorable to me in watching the film Selma was when they were in their room and deciding what are the elements that should go into this legislation that became the Federal Voting Rights Act. Somebody made the point that they shouldn't just be talking about 1965, they should be talking about 1985. And I would say that the same thing is true here. We're all focused on the concern for the low turnout in 2014 and a lot of excitement about where we should be in 2016. But we also need to be thinking about where we need to be in 2026 and 2030, and making sure that the voting experience matches what the expectations voters are going to have in the future. And frankly, in the realm of elections administration, has traditionally been more reactive rather than proactive in that regard.
And I think you're hearing from members of this committee. And by the way, as I came down here, people in Sacramento were saying, so excited that we were doing this hearing, and I think there is a sense of urgency amongst a lot of the leadership and elected officials in Sacramento as to how we need to take a role in helping you be more proactive and really engage this issue in a more in a less reactive way. Let's. I want to dig a little deeper on the issue of Oregon and this question of the DMV database and voter file. Do you know much about how Oregon weeds out the ineligibles? I mean, obviously there's so the other list that we have of a potentially eligible set of voters is a little different than the exact eligibility associated with voters. So talk to me about the logistics of that.
I don't have the specifics of that. I can definitely get that. I do know that that's an important point, that there are variances from state to state, for instance, on whether or not the DMV file has information about citizenship, for example, and we certainly would not want to put ineligible residents in a position of showing up on the voter rolls and to put them at jeopardy in that. And I think that's an important thing. And certainly in Los Angeles County, that's a concern that we would have to look at very closely. I think there are ways around that. I think that we just have to surface that issue. Again, I'd like to get back to you with the specifics of Oregon. I know that they've done some of that analysis, and I know, again, the work that the Pew Center on the States has done on this electronic registration project has looked at those issues too, to make sure that while we're gaining efficiencies and cleaning up the voter rolls and identifying those who aren't registered who ought to be registered, that we're not at the same time sacrificing privacy or putting anybody in jeopardy in that process.
Okay. I'd love to talk to you more about that to better understand it, especially if we're going to move forward with something along these lines. Almost as a similar question to what I asked the previous speaker, if you were able to put that $1.4 million that we're spending on the Senate race up in North County into outreach instead, what does that go to right now? I mean, what outreach?
Short term, I would spend that money on a comprehensive outreach campaign for the 2016 election cycle for both the primary and the general. And
what does that look like?
It would look like high-profile media campaign where we would engage with the talent in our local media community. It would not be bureaucratic. It would not be me on PSAs. It would be the radio personality that you listen to on your commute in the morning, talking about the importance of voting and giving examples of why that's important. It would be the newscaster that you watch on the evening news talking about voting and counting down the deadlines and the specifics of the voting experience. It would be branded billboards that would lead you to websites that could tell you where your polling place is, what's on the ballot, how to get a vote by mail ballot, whether or not your vote by mail ballot has been received and counted. It would be a set of community workshops that empower voters to know their rights and responsibilities in the elections process and how they can best engage. That's the short term. In the long term, it would be to accelerate this project and this move towards a different model of a voting experience, and to break away from this one-to-one relationship of the voter to a single polling place, and to have a voting period that extends for at least 2 weeks leading up to the election, and also that allows voters to interact with the process after Election Day, to be able to easily track the outcome of the election for those contests and measures that were of highest interest to them. So when we're doing weekly updates, there was reference made by Secretary Padilla to the close race for state controller. It would be great for voters who were particularly interested in that race to have been getting regular updates on that count, so that they would recall that. Sadly, I think what happened in that race is by the time we finished certifying that results, I think most people didn't even remember who they voted for controller, because we sort of stop engaging with voters after Election Day. And I think there's a whole host of opportunity available in that regard.
Okay. And maybe, I mean, yeah, and of course with opt-in options involving electronic communications, there's ways to do it in a really cost-effective way too.
Absolutely.
You know, to some, this hearing is the product of a lot of different things, but to some extent, it was inspired by a piece that appeared in the San Francisco Chronicle, of all places, an article that you would have thought would have been in the LA Times, about the fact that LA's reluctance to vote by mail has really hurt Los Angeles' influence around the state. And, you know, other states got on the vote by mail bandwagon much more quick. Other counties got on the issue much more quickly, and in fact, our vote by mail numbers are so much lower than everyone else's. In November, in LA County, it was 38% of our voters. In Humboldt County, the next lowest percentage was 57% in Humboldt County. That's the next lowest percentage of mail ballots. So. You know, now, of course, according to the article, years ago, county officials decided that encouraging residents to vote by mail would bury the election office under a flood of postal ballots. So while counties across California have spent the past 20 years making it easier for voters to use their mailbox as a polling place, the state's most populous county refused to go along. Can you sort of explain that phenomenon just a little bit? And I know you've spoken about it a bit in your opening comments, but you know, just kind of comment a bit on how important this is to the Registrar Recorder in the short term before we move towards some of the reforms that you talked about earlier.
Sure. I mean, I can speak for the last 8 years, not the last 20 years, and I can say that we have promoted vote by mail in LA County, and I don't think that you will find vast disparities in the manner in which we've done that as a county government compared to other counties. Now, the way campaigns and political parties have promoted vote by mail may look and feel different in other parts of the state historically. I'm probably not the best person to speak to that, but I think some of the impacts, and there are other speakers that I think can talk to this, are the demographics. I talked about that we have a plurality of our electorate that's under the age of 30 for the first time. I don't think vote by mail as a sole method of voting is as relevant to that age bracket. I speak frequently, and I'm sure my son gets tired of me using him as an example, but my son is a recent college graduate. He's very engaged in elections, votes in every election. He could not tell you the price of a postage stamp, and he would struggle to tell you his mailing address, because those are not ways in which he engages in his day-to-day life. So while I certainly support and will continue to advocate for increasing vote by mail options in Los Angeles County, I think that we have to be careful that seeing that as the sole method of increasing turnout. I also think that the demographic information you heard today is the description of the voters who are showing up to vote is also the demographic description of those people who are registered to be permanent vote by mail voters. So you may be increasing turnout amongst those demographics, but we're not necessarily reaching the communities that have not traditionally participated. So long way around your question. I believe that that is true, that in the early stages of vote by mail in the state of California, that Los Angeles County was more resistant to vote by mail from an administrative standpoint. I think that I can say unequivocally that's not true now and has not been true for the past 8 years. The reality is if you come to our office during an election process, we're already buried in mail ballots. We, despite our low percentage, we issue and process more vote by mail ballots than any jurisdiction in the country. And we have the capacity to take on more of that as the electorate moves in that direction. One final thing I'll say, which is a little bit off from your question, but pertains back to an earlier question about thinking futuristically about where we need to go. Vote by mail ballots are validated through a signature match. We confirm and determine the validity of a ballot by looking at the signature on that ballot envelope and the signature that the voter used at the time that they registered to vote. Increasingly, and that is the sole method of validating those ballots. Increasingly, the quality of signatures, again, look at the demographics in our county, 18 to 25-year-olds, voters over 65, signature quality is deteriorating, and I don't believe that it's sustainable as a way to authenticate voters, and I think if we don't address that going forward, we run the risk of seeing increasing vote-by-mail activity in the state and then administratively disenfranchising those voters because their signatures don't match on those ballots. So I think that's another really down in the weeds technical issue, but it's an example of something that there hasn't been a lot of discussion on in California, and that transcends over to petitions, the petitions you have to get to qualify to be on the ballot. All of those, the sole method of validating those is a signature match. And
how do you resolve that? What are some of the ideas out there?
Well, I think there has to be an alternative method of authentication, whether it's a signature plus some other piece of data, whether it's a way to establish some sort of PIN number or some other biometrics. I don't have the solution to that. I just know that it's something that if we aren't careful, it's going to become an issue in the state.
Interesting. All right. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Logan. Really do appreciate your insights. And I just want to, I will say, as I really do hope that if there are things from either involving resources or regulatory issues that you think are getting in the way of Los Angeles County's efforts to better engage the electorate and citizenry in the elections process, I hope you will be vocal and engaged with the state legislature on those issues, because this is something that we realize is a problem, and certainly don't want to be the impediment for your ability to make sure more LA residents and LA citizens are engaging in the process and voting.
Okay, thank you. And I would just say the flip side of that is I appreciate the opportunity to sit here and hear the people who who spoke before me and those who are going to speak after me, because there are a number of great ideas that have been generated just through this hearing that I think that we can pursue as well.
Yeah, in fact, as Senator Hertzberg had to leave, but he in his effervescent way, he said, "There's so many great ideas here." So this is what we wanted to get out of this hearing, and I'm just excited to have the chance to discuss all these things. So thank you so much, and we'll now hear from the next panel. We've got actually two panelists from other counties to talk about the San Diego County experience, Michael Vu and Ben Hamatake, who's from Orange County, the Office of the Registrar of Voters. So thank you so much. Appreciate your patience as we've gone through the panels. Looking forward to hearing your experiences from two of our sister counties, Orange and San Diego. We'll first hear from Mr. Vu.
Thank you, Chairman Allen. I've got also prepared remarks and would be more than happy to answer any questions related after I make those remarks. Thank you for the great honor to address this joint committee today. My name is Michael Vu, Registrar of Voters for the County of San Diego. Having been in the field of elections for over 18 years, I have seen the ebb and flow of election turnout. So what makes the gubernatorial general election different? Is there a downward trend in our electorate participating in voting? Let me give you the highs and lows in San Diego County. Of all the gubernatorial general elections held in San Diego County for the past 32 years, 1982 was the highest turnout year at 68%. Our low was this past November 2014 election at 45%. So does this mean that it demonstrates a downward trend from 1982 to 2014? Not necessarily, at least in San Diego. If we look at all the gubernatorial general elections in between these 2 years, you'll see that there has been a rise and a fall throughout. For example, from the 1982 election, the next gubernatorial general election, where we experienced a 60+% turnout, was not 4 years later in 1986. It was 28 years later in 2010. Before this year's new low, the low was experienced 12 years prior in 2002 at 49%. So if there was a pattern to gain out of San Diego's experience, it is not that voter participation is declining year over year, election over election. Instead, voters are being very particular on when they want to participate. This was the lowest turnout, but our elections have demonstrated that this is not a trend as the long data shows. Don't look at this from a 1 or 2 election perspective, that is this past primary and general election. Certainly this election did not draw the turnout that we all would have liked. Why? As this committee deliberates on this topic, well, there are several other questions I would ask the committee to dwell on. What is an acceptable figure to consider a good or high turnout? And what should have been the turnout? The pundits of San Diego was supposed to have, was essentially predicting that we were going to have a much smaller turnout in this past general election. Some statisticians and academics were predicting anywhere from a 34 to 38% turnout, a prediction that was, of course, proven wrong by a range of 7 to 11 percentage points. There are many factors that come into play which may strike the fancy of a registered voter to vote in an election. Of course, many of those speakers before me had cited those reasons. A candidate or measure may trigger a person going out to vote. On the other side, why are voters not voting? Time, priorities, too much on the ballot, nothing of substance, it's boring. Voter fatigue has been mentioned a number of times. That is too many preceding elections. The weather, barriers, cynicism in our government as well as elected officials and so on. We must give voters the benefit of the doubt. If there was one thing to know for sure is we have too many items on the ballot. In this past election, we had in San Diego County, we had nearly 500 candidates on the ballot across 141 contests. Now in San Diego County, we have over 300 political jurisdictions, and we had 569 different ballot types in this past November election. Couple this with the voters' wish to be educated on the candidates and measures, and you create a decision point for them. Do I take several hours to educate myself on the candidates and measures, or after a long day's work, or do I read to the kids before tucking them into bed? I speculate that it's such priorities as kids which are winning the day. No evidence to support just sheer speculation. What is my personal voting routine? Well, let me tell you that. It consists of my wife and I going out to dinner, bringing our mailed ballot, sample ballot and voter information pamphlet, all of the election material we have been mailed by candidates and committees, and a laptop, of course, to be able to get the net to figure out who are these judges, while leaving our 4 boys at home. It takes us hours to do our research at the restaurant, but in the end, we make our selections. Now, my wife cries foul because I poorly defend it and define it as a date. And this is where I hear boos generally when I say that. It's about giving time, and voters must care to make time. We must give voters
I hate
reason
to say it,
for
but
them.
I think everybody here would consider that a date, but only the people in this room.
We must give voters reason for them to make time. I spoke of my wife and I receiving our mail ballot. In this last election, nearly 56% of the 1.55 million registered San Diegans received a mail ballot. Nearly 52% of that number voted and returned it to our office. This is 7% higher than the 45% overall. I would contend that it was the mail ballot voters that propped the San Diego turnout percentage in this last election. San Diego voters have demonstrated time and time again that the propensity to vote is higher when they receive a mail ballot than for those whose only option is to go to the polling place. In the past statewide election, at most, 36% of voters turned out. Expressed a different way, a mail ballot voter was 16% more likely to vote than a person who didn't get a mail ballot. Now let me turn my time over to the targeted language communities that we have in San Diego County. So how does San Diego's limited English proficiency voters or our federally covered Section 203 languages, including Spanish, Filipino, Vietnamese, and Chinese fare? They were below the overall. The Latino vote, 16% lower. 10% lower for Vietnamese, 8% lower for Filipino, and Chinese, 6% lower. However, there's a brighter picture when it comes to these same languages groups in the area of voting by mail. Our analysis demonstrates that regardless of the type of election, whether a major statewide or special election, those who are in the protected classes and who are signed up as a permanent mail ballot voter had a 10% higher participation rate than the overall turnout in these communities. This 10% higher participation vote by mail rate has been demonstrated over time, where in the 2010 gubernatorial general election, the 2012 presidential general election, and now the 2014 gubernatorial general election, we saw this 10% positive difference in the community. San Diego County's outreach is similar as my colleagues in other counties. Every year we attend over hundreds of outreach events. We go to each USCIS citizenship ceremony. We attend a spectrum of community-based organization meetings. We host language group advisory meetings to discuss election topics. We work closely with advocacy groups, election protection, as well as election integrity groups. We work to reduce potential barriers, for example, keeping polling place the same from one election to another. All of our voting materials and website is translated in our federally covered languages. We inform voters through a number of mediums, including TV, newspaper, radio, and of course, social networking. In November, we introduced drop-off locations at 14 locations, including county libraries, city libraries, a senior center, and city clerk. Prior to that, the only place that you could drop off your mail ballot was at our office at Kearney Mesa. The amount of mail ballot voters who exercised this option actually exceeded our expectation, my expectation. I was pleasantly surprised on the total number of people that dropped out their mail ballot. And I believe it's because they want that in-person feel as well as that I voted sticker. Finally, I am excited at the opportunity to one day conduct a special election under the recently passed Assembly Bill 1873, authored by Assemblywoman Lorena Gonzalez, as well as mentioned and supported by now our new Secretary of State, Alex Padilla, which will allow San Diego County as a pilot to conduct a special congressional or legislative vacancy election under a new model. That new model would entail sending every registered voter a mail ballot with a postage-paid return envelope, require drop-off locations, having weekend voting in the vacant jurisdiction, and to implement an outreach and education plan. I am optimistic about what this bill will hold as it relates to turnout. This concludes my remarks, and I am happy to answer any questions or elaborate on any points that I've given today.
So this bill was basically made special elections all mail elections.
It's what I consider primarily vote by mail, and the reason why is because we're mailing everyone a mail ballot, but we're still giving an option for voters to go to a what is known as this vote center that you've heard a number of times today, to go to one of those locations to still cast a ballot if they choose not to vote the mail ballot they were given.
How long will those be open for? Those?
It's a 5-year pilot.
No, the vote centers.
So at this point in time, the vote center is for election day. And then we're also obligated to have on weekend voting on a Saturday as well as a Sunday in the vacant jurisdiction.
So you have to have those vote centers open on the weekends?
Well, we only have to have one location open on the weekend, at minimum.
Can I ask, Dean, I'm sorry, I know we already let you off the hot seat, but if we were to make it so that that special elections like this, yeah, why not come join? You got your fellow registrars, so now you're at home. If we were to basically make all special elections vote by mail, with some caveats for voting centers and drop-off locations, et cetera, what would be the price difference in this North County election right now? That's about $1.4 million under the current rules in LA. If we were to switch to this other model that was primarily vote by mail, where you just send every registered voter a ballot just for that one particular special, what would be the price difference? Any sense?
Yeah, I think that, obviously it would be considerably less expensive. I would say that you probably would, I want to be cautious on this because I need to run the numbers, but I think potentially you could probably reduce at least 30 to 40% of the cost of that election by moving to an entirely vote by mail special election.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, thank you.
If I may, because one of the thrusts behind AB 1873 when we asked Assemblywoman Gonzalez to author it was because we're in this exact same position where we had this domino effect occurring where we had a vacancy in the 40th State Senate election, which then created a vacancy in the 80th State Assembly District election. And in that 40th State Assembly District election, we had nearly over 244,000 registered voters. Of that 244,000 registered voters, we had a 15% turnout. So that's about 37,000 registered voters. Of that 37,000 registered voters that voted, 85% of all those votes that were cast were mail ballots. That only left approximately 3,600 people going to nearly 200 polling locations. In fact, we had situations where one voter went to a polling place and voted, meaning there's more poll workers there than there were voters all day.
Wow.
That election cost $1.5 million to conduct, and I agree with our analysis is that with this concept and this model, our conservative estimate was 30 to 40% savings.
And I would just say that we have experienced the same thing in special vacancy elections, especially when you're holding them at odd times like December, and we've literally had polling places that reported no voters. I remember distinctly one night pouring through rosters because we received ballot boxes back that were empty, which is a very unusual thing on election night, and not believing that could be the case until we actually pulled the voter roster to see that literally nobody came in and signed the roster. When you contemplate the requirement for bilingual assistance at those polling places, you're talking about a staff of 4 to 5 people who sat there the entire day with no activity.
Okay, all right. Mr. Vu, do you have a comment on the consolidation issue that we're looking at right now in LA? I know in San Diego County, at least according to the chart that we had here from Common Cause, it seems like all of San Diego County elections are consolidated.
That's correct. We have been fortunate. In fact, my first stint in elections administration was not in San Diego County. It was in 2 other prior jurisdictions in the country. But when I found out that San Diego County had consolidated all of their elections to the even year, I said, what genius did someone come up with to be able to consolidate the election? Because that really gives not only voters the time to breathe, but it gives the elections offices to breathe as well, to innovate, to think of different ways of being able to provide a different experience for voters on election day. Now, of course, as soon as I say that, I've been in San Diego County for nearly 8 years, and we have had special elections on the odd year for every year except for one, and that was in 2011. And so I always blame the person that brought me to San Diego County that he sold me bad goods.
So, but it's interesting because one of the arguments made earlier was that consolidation might actually lead to less special elections because people will have to vacate they won't be able to run for re-election and then a year later run for something new because they're generally going to be seeing their terms end on the same day. But that hasn't been the experience in San Diego. Is that just happenstance?
Really what it comes down to is that we haven't seen that. Of course, individuals that posture do have to vacate their seat in advance. We actually anticipate some of that actually happening in the next 5 years, and that's one of the things that we're seeing and hoping. You never hope for special elections, but because of that we have this AB 1873, we want the actual experience of being able to conduct an election under this model where you have a person vacating their seat.
Right. I mean, ironically, LA, because of our non-consolidation trend, is actually better suited for an 1873 type law than San Diego because there's more likelihood that we'll see more specials, I suppose.
I think from an elections administrator's point of view, I think regardless of how that comes about, one of the things is about capacity. As you have heard today, back in late 2007, San Diego County invested into 10,200 touchscreen voting units because that was the way of the future after Bush v. Gore and what was known as the Help America Vote Act of 2002 being passed, where Congress allocated $3.9 billion. Of course, those 10,200 voting units, sans maybe 3,000 voting units, are now mothballed. It could cost the taxpayers anywhere from $25 to $30 million once it was taken away. But to be able to get to any this notion of whether it's consolidated or even on the odd year, is the question is how much real estate do you have on the ballot? And the real estate on the ballot is very precious, and that's one of the reasons why I made the remarks, is that we have so many, besides the turnout, there's so many things that are on the ballot that it pushes us as election administrators to how are we going to be able to handle election if it flows into even a second card. You would think that a second card would not wreak havoc, but it would wreak havoc, similar to a small Chad in the 2000 presidential election wreaking havoc in the state of Florida.
Oh, just literally fitting it on the card, fitting.
Absolutely, all the contests and all the different measures that are on there.
And we're getting dangerously close to that?
It depends on jurisdiction to jurisdictions on how you do that. For us, we are always dangerously close to that, and we're always looking at how many statewide measures that are going to be on the ballot, as well as of course countywide measures. And then for the city of San Diego, we're always looking at the total number of measures that are going to be on the ballot for the city of San Diego. I know that Dean spoke with him a number of times, is in a very unique position in that regard.
Well, I would just say that there are many counties in the state that have exceeded that already have multiple page ballots. In San Francisco County, which has been referenced multiple times today, they actually go out and deliver additional ballot stock to all of their polling locations midday during election day because they have multiple page ballots, and they're geographically compact. They can do that. The prospect of doing that over the 4,083 square miles of Los Angeles County is daunting.
It's daunting. Okay. And Registrar Vu, do you see in your experience in San Diego a significant drop off of interest in the local elections, given the fact that these are consolidated?
We do. It's similar to all other. I don't have any statistics with me as to what that drop-off rate. I'm sure it varies from office to office, but similar to all the other jurisdictions, there is certainly a drop-off when you get from the high-profile federal races, statewide offices, county offices, and then maybe even the cities. Then you start getting into these school district races, special community special districts, community planning areas. You definitely see a sharp drop-off there.
But surely a lot of people will go. I mean, they'll vote for governor, for president, some of the Congress, et cetera, and then they may skip the judges, and then they'll vote for mayor. No, doesn't that happen a lot too? Or
that does. Yes, you'll see that. It really depends on part of it is the press, the media, and what offices has been stated in the press, and whether or not they're controversial. So we see that all the time. I think one of the notions when we get back to the turnout aspects of this is that people think that they have to vote the entire ballot, and I think that's another one of those myths and misnomers, that you have to vote the entire ballot, and that may sway a person not to vote at all if they have to, again, feel like they have to get educated, take the hours, because again, they want to. I don't think we should by any means take a voter for granted. They want to be educated, but to get educated, they have to take all the time and find out who the candidates are, and sometimes that takes a lot more time than the measures alone.
That's interesting. That's an interesting phenomenon. Okay. All right. Let's hear from Mr. Hamatake from Orange County. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chairman Allen. Hello, committee members. Again, I'm Ben Hamatake, Outreach Manager at Orange County Registrar of Voters, here in behalf of Neil Kelly. And I just want to start off with kind of an overview of the demographics of the county. We do see a diversity, not as much as Los Angeles County, but we have 1.7 million voters. 14% of that are considered language communities, so either Vietnamese, Spanish, Korean, or Chinese. The Hispanic community being the largest at 6%, Vietnamese next after that at 5%, and then both Korean and Chinese around 1.5% of total voter registration. In the past general 2014 election, we saw a similar dip in turnout. Our turnout was 45% total, and that is a low figure looking back over the past decade or so in general election turnout. I think to speak to the vote by mail voters, since that has definitely been a topic today, our vote by mail numbers, as I think they have been doing statewide, have been increasing to the point where the number of ballots cast, the percentage of ballots cast on election day in the general 2014 election was 60% of ballots were cast as vote by mail, and we see that number continue. At this point, we are at over 50% of all registered voters are permanent vote by mail voters. I think to go out on a limb a little bit, maybe I know that there is a correlation between permanent vote by mail status and voter turnout. The propensity is higher. I think research and studies haven't come out yet with whether that's a causal relationship or which comes first, if people who are more likely to vote are more likely to sign up to vote by mail permanently, or if it's a reverse effect that signing up to vote by mail actually is a driving force behind their higher turnout. I don't know if that's necessarily something that's been settled, but we definitely see that correlation in the same trend that we're seeing statewide in the increase of vote by mail voters and permanent vote by mail voters on the rolls. Being the outreach manager, definitely my area of specialty is community outreach and engagement. So I do want to touch on a couple of the programs that we are implementing in Orange County. And definitely, unfortunately, I'm not the eloquent speaker that Registrar Kelly is, and so I can expound on these areas and maybe not some of the other more technical ones and logistical areas. So we definitely, like in San Diego and Los Angeles County, have a comprehensive outreach program. One of the things that was brought up that I would like to highlight is a program that focuses on high school students and high schools in trying to engage with those who are just at the brink, right before they're old enough to register to vote. We call it the My Ballot program, and it's a 3-component program. It consists of getting out to the school and doing a classroom presentation for either ASB. I've actually personally given those presentations. Sometimes it's an ASB class. Sometimes it's the entire school that comes in for 2 assemblies throughout the duration of the day, where you talk about the history of voting and just voting in general, and really try to engage them on an educational level. Let them know the history of not just voting, but voting rights. And that's something that has come up several times today, is just that long march from who is eligible to vote and who is that right to vote afforded to over time. I think a lot of high school students aren't aware that some of the music they listen to, namely the Beatles and so forth, originated at a time where not everyone could vote, that can vote today. And even if that right was afforded to those populations legally, say, realistically, it was difficult for some of those groups to get to the polls and to be allowed to vote in that manner. So it's interesting to see that light turn on in those students' faces when you're relating and taking information that normally they aren't interested in. They're not seeing it on their Facebook feed, because that's where their information IV is. But letting them know this is related to you, this is important to you, even if you don't necessarily know it yet. So that's the first component. The second component is where we bring in a group from the school. It's usually, again, the ASB students, and they generate their own ballot for an upcoming school election, whether it be homecoming or the actual ASB elections. And we've seen a lot of interesting feedback come from that, where putting together a ballot is not opening Word and then putting some names in with some boxes. And I think that's kind of what maybe not just high school students, but the public in general think, well, they don't think of the effort that goes behind putting together a ballot. So we have those students go through and they actually sit at the computers and have a training on, okay, this is how a ballot is built, and these are the these are the types of subtleties that you need to be aware of as you're building that ballot. So it's kind of a field trip to our office. And then the third and final component is an actual election held at their school. We implement the HART intercivic e-slate and e-booth voting system. And so we take those voting systems out to their school. Again, I've been there on the ground to be there with those students who are voting for their peers for student body office. And when we have stations, 48 voting booths, the same voting booths that those students' parents will be voting on in upcoming elections for, say, the president or local elections, we get a lot of good feedback. And I think it's, again, an eye-opening experience for those high school students. At one event, I heard a student walking out of the voting booth and verbatim said, "Oh, this is legit." So they get the idea that, voting is not something that those old people do. And the students who are engaged in those elections, my hope, and obviously the intent of the My Ballot program, is to engage them before they're even out of the 18-year-old gate and ready to register and to vote. So that's one of the programs that we've seen. It's grown from one school in 2008 to so many schools requesting it that we actually have to limit how many we can do based on our resources in this past election cycle in 2014. I think other successful outreach and engagement programs that we've seen is something that we call speaking engagements, which basically is just going out to smaller scale groups, organizations in the community, giving presentations. And some of these groups are groups that may be overlooked in other areas. We've done presentations for people with disabilities. We've been to English classes to do presentations on citizenship and then registering to vote. And we've seen again, the feedback from the voter and trying to reach out to that individual and reach out to these smaller groups where we're making an impression on individual people who will hopefully go home and make an impression on their families over the long course of time. The intention there and the hope there, again, is to increase this voter turnout and the engagement among the electorate. Speaking of impressions, another thing that we have really been focusing on since 2012 was a rebranding of the outreach program and an emphasis on impressions, making impressions within the community and within the different groups there, but parallel with those kind of more intimate situations where we're meeting with community groups. So for example, the voting trailer, the mobile voting unit that we have, was wrapped in a graphic that, again, fits the branding that we were doing for all of our marketing material at that time. Everywhere we drive on the freeway, it talks about voting, it talks about getting your voice out, and it's just a reminder to people, because we know that from a marketing standpoint, someone has to be hit 3, 4, 5 times before that piece is internalized. So the more the impressions that we can make, even if we're not making a personal contact, is a success for us. We've been to unique venues such as concerts in the summer. We've been to community colleges, street fairs. We have partnered with Rock the Vote to do a Surf the Vote, because it's Orange County, so we have to be surfing and not rocking, I guess. Surf the Vote campaign, where we actually had a band come and play at an event that we hosted, again partnering with Rock the Vote. Trying again to put that impression out and remind people that voting is not just an election day thing. It's something that you can be engaged in throughout the year. Lastly, in trying to, as far as for community outreach is concerned, we also did a campaign in 2014 using local celebrities and figures for public service announcements. One of, I think the highest profile one was a former Angels team member that did a PSA, and they actually showed that on the Jumbotron at the beginning of every Angels game, with the message of the election's coming up, remember to vote. And I think the audience, who is obviously at that event for a specific purpose and a specific entertainment, to see someone who they know, whose name they know, telling them, I vote, you should, is another powerful message that can be sent. I think in summary, and again, this is just kind of mentioning what everyone else has mentioned before in the wonderful remarks that we've heard today. The interest in the election, the candidates, and the issues on the ballot, I think in the end ultimately do drive voter turnout. We act as an infrastructure, as the Registrar of Voters in the administrative role that we do play. We provide the opportunities for voters to vote. We try to make it as simple and as smooth as possible for them, remove as many boundaries as we can. But again, it comes down to an individual decision of that voter, and if what is on the ballot is important enough for them to do what it takes to make their voice heard.
Well, thank you. I'd love to see if you could send some materials to the committee from your work in Orange County, because that sounds really exciting. And we all know how much Orange County loves their Angels. But really, that sounds fantastic, and gives us some really concrete ideas with regards to outreach that I think we're looking for in the LA example. So thank you so much to all of you for all your work and addressing these critical issues we've been talking about today. So let's move on to the next panel. This is our final panel, and it has to do with voter outreach as it relates to community groups. And really appreciate your staying here till the bitter end. Let's ask Rosalind Gold, but also Tanzila Ahmed and Carla Zombro to come up, and the three of them can testify together as part of a joint panel. Ms. Gold is the Senior Director of Policy Research Advocacy for NALEO, the National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials Education Fund. Ms. Ahmed is the Voter Engagement Manager for Asian Americans Advancing Justice for Los Angeles, and then Ms. Zombro is the Field Director for California Call. So thank you so much. Thank you for sticking around and being here. I also want to mention that we've got a lot of people watching us online right now, both in Sacramento and down here in LA. I've been getting reports. So I appreciate, and a special hello to everyone who's been watching us online. This whole hearing will be posted online on the website for everyone to access as well. So let's start with Ms. Gold, and we'll go from there. Thank you so much.
Chairman Allen and fellow guests, I want to thank you so much for providing us with the opportunity to talk about and discuss a very critical issue facing the future of the electorate and the democracy of LA County, of the state, and the entire nation. I am with the National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials, that's NALEO Educational Fund. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization, and our mission is to facilitate full Latino participation in the American political process. And we have over 2 decades of experience working with the Latino electorate and working in a nonpartisan way to engage Latino voters. And what we've learned is that if we really want to change the landscape of democracy in LA County, we have to have a comprehensive and sustained effort to reach, to educate, and engage Latinos. As my starting point, I want to just kind of take a snapshot of the demographics of LA County. If we look at U.S. Census data, over 1/3 of the citizen adult population, in other words, people who'd be eligible to register and vote, 36% are Latino. So that's where we are right now in terms of who's eligible. But let's also think about the future. If we look at the under 18 population in LA County, nearly 2/3, about 63% of the under age 18 population is Latino, and 90% of them are native born. In other words, that is the future electorate of LA County, and in the next 2 decades, they will be turning 18, and they will become the folks who are eligible to vote. You heard from Paul Mitchell that when we looked at election 2014, Latino participation lagged in LA County, not only behind the participation of the overall population, but it as is the case with participation in LA County, Latino participation in LA County was the lowest of any county in the state. 24%, around 23 to 24% of Latinos registered to vote actually turned out. Less than 1 out of 4 actually came to the polling place. So we've taken a serious look at our organization about why are the reasons that Latinos who aren't engaged, who don't register to vote, or who are registered and don't vote frequently, why aren't they more engaged in the process? And we call this our Great Unengaged Research. And we started this in 2011, and we have a couple of components of our research. And by the way, I'll be talking about our findings for Latinos, but you're going to see there's enormous resonance between what we have found for the Latino community and voters in LA County and what you've heard from other panelists. So one component of our research was to do focus groups. And we did a focus group with Latinos in Los Angeles who were either not registered to vote or, again, were registered but were not frequent voters. And we found that there were 3 constellations of reasons that they were not participating in the process. The first constellation is what we call lack of trust in government. Either they felt their vote wouldn't make a difference, they felt that elected officials would not be responsive to their concerns, or they felt that elected officials were puppets. Puppets was the word used several times, that somehow there were external forces out there that were controlling the decision-making and the accountability of elected officials. So that was kind of one group of ideas that we heard. Another constellation that we heard about is that people lacked information about the basic mechanics of voting. They didn't know how to register to vote. They didn't know where to find out where their polling site was. They didn't know what the hours of polling would be. And so just the mechanics, the day-to-day, how do you actually cast a ballot? How do you register vote? There was just a big information gap about that. The final area that Latinos told us they wanted more information about was about the issues and the candidates themselves. We had several people say, well, I don't want to vote for a measure, or I don't want to vote for a candidate if I don't know anything about that person. Yeah, I know who's running for president, but why should I vote for anybody else if I really don't understand what's going on? So there's definitely a need to learn about and to be educated about issues and candidates. And these findings from our Los Angeles focus group resonated with a survey that we did of California Latino unengaged, either folks, again, who weren't registered or folks who are registered and who are not voting. Again, asked for the top reason that they didn't register or didn't vote. 42% talked about lack of political trust. 24% said that they lacked information about the mechanics of voting or practices and procedures. And 21% said that they didn't have the information that they needed about the candidates or what's on the ballot. We also talked in our survey to the respondents about, well, if you were going to go vote, who is the best messenger to ask you, who you'd listen to get you to the polling place? And interestingly, it was not the celebrities. It was not Jennifer Lopez. It was not Gloria Estefan. It was not a sports fan for the Latinos that we talked to in this particular survey. First, they mentioned family members and friends. And among family members, number 1 is their mothers. Fathers, spouses and partners, grandmothers also. But basically, if we could do a campaign of mothers, get your families to vote, we would actually make a lot of progress.
I think there are a lot of groups for whom that would work.
Exactly. They also mentioned civic leaders, who they consider to be civic leaders, as people who they'd listen to in terms of messengers. Teachers, first responders, firefighters, police officers, nurses, and doctors. These are all people that they saw as credible messengers to convince them to vote. And the kind of messages that they wanted to hear, well, the number 1 message was that voting is the only way to make a change in our communities and move our country forward. So really this idea of you do have the power to make a change, and this is the one way that you can do it, delivered by the right messenger, could likely move the needle for Latino turnout. We've also heard several panelists talk about the lack of efforts by candidates or campaigns to reach out to low propensity voters. And on election eve of November 24, we did a survey in California of Latinos. 59% had not been contacted by a campaign, a candidate, or a community organization to ask them to vote. So when we take a look at what we've learned, we realize that, this coordinated, comprehensive effort has to really have a couple of different components, and I call it the 3 W's. First of all, we have to do outreach on why it's important to vote. Okay? The second is how. Yeah, a lot of Latinos need information about the mechanics of voting. So how do you vote? And the third is what. Okay, what is on the ballot? What are the issues and candidates? So this is just not an effort or initiative that can be done by a touch here, a touch there. It really is going to require a lot of coordination between a lot of different institutions and a lot of different players in the political world and in the civic world to obtain greater Latino turnout in the county. I do want to address the efforts that LA County has made and the City of LA as well, because we've worked closely with both of them in their outreach efforts. We think they have some innovative ideas. They've taken some good approaches in terms of working with the media, enhancing the use of technology and social media. But they need to be able to have the resources to do this in a much more targeted way. They need to be, like I said, Dean had talked about microdata, for example. How do we tailor messengers to different groups and learn more about what will motivate them and what will educate them about voting? We heard the figure $250,000 for an outreach budget for the County of Los Angeles. Well, there were about 4.6 million people who were registered but who did not vote in November 2014. So you take that 250,000, you divide it by about 4.6 million. That means essentially the county had about a nickel, 6 cents, to spend on each of those voters. Simply not enough resources, and we need to think about whether there's a role the state can play in providing that funding or helping with that funding, and whether it's funding for other operations, looking at suspension of mandates. We really need to think a lot more about that whole issue of how do we give registrars the resources they need to do the outreach and to do their job. You've also heard several folks talk about civics education and incorporating, some concept of hands-on voting into our schools. Well, we've heard a lot of really good ideas, and we think there are a lot of good ideas out there, but here's what we think we need. We need to get the Secretary of State and the Superintendent of Public Instruction to talk to each other about all these ideas. Let's create a state clearinghouse where you can see what are the best practices, the most effective ways to do civics education, and to do it in a hands-on way. And let's do some assessment of what works and doesn't, so that we're not just trying things without some kind of follow-up. I finally wanted to mention is that in light of the importance of the Latino community to California's democracy and Los Angeles County's democracy, we've talked a lot about changes to the mechanics and the procedures of voting and what might that do. All I would like to say about those, I'll certainly answer questions about specific changes, but I just want to give some examples of we really need to think through what the impact would be on the Latino community and Latino voters, because there may be an impact that we don't intend or think about. Let's take a automatic registration. And Chair Allen, you actually mentioned this issue. We need to be very careful about if we were to automatically register people based on databases, the quality of information in those databases about the citizenship status. And for the Latino community, this is very salient because there is such a range of citizenship statuses and eligibility statuses within the Latino community. We don't want to inadvertently register somebody who is not eligible and then have that be a problem when they later on do go through the naturalization process. So we need to think that detail through. I'd like to make a similar comment about thinking through primarily vote-by-mail elections. So we have kind of an interesting paradox in terms of vote-by-mail elections and the Latino community. On the one hand, as Registrar Vu correctly noted, when Latinos go and navigate the process of signing up to be a permanent absentee voter, when they actually go through that process, they will have higher turnout rates than Latinos who do not go through that process. But we also know that overall, for the Latino community, all Latinos, both those who do absentee voting and also those who do poll site voting, Latino use of absentee voting or vote by mail is less than the use of the overall population. So there are lower rates, and we don't really know why. I could speculate, but we really don't know why Latinos are less likely to actually sign up for vote by mail. So here's the question. Let's say we do a primarily all vote by mail election. When that ballot hits the mailbox and that Latino citizen opens up the mailbox and looks at that ballot, we really don't know what's going to happen. We don't know whether that person is going to act like one of the voters that Registrar Vu talked about and say, great, going to fill this ballot out, send it in, easiest thing in the world. Or are they going to say, you know what, I'm not really sure what this is all about. I really don't know. I don't trust the mails. I mean, we just don't know what's going to happen. So we're really glad that the legislation that Assemblymember Gonzalez passed is being done as a pilot so we can learn and take a look at the experience that San Diego will have. And one of the good things the legislation has is it actually requires some assessment if you do have a special election that's primarily vote by mail of what the impact is on different population groups. I just want to end by saying, this seems like an enormous challenge for us in terms of what happened in LA County in election 2014, but it is providing us with an opportunity to do some really good thinking about how can we revitalize our democracy, and the Latino community wants to be part of that process, and we want to work with you to move the process forward. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, let's next hear from Ms. Ahmed.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. It's hard to follow Rosalind. She's such a great leader in the community when it comes to civic engagement. My name's Tanzil Ahmed. I'm with Asian Americans Advancing Justice. I'm the voter engagement manager there. And we've been doing civic engagement work at Asian Americans Advancing Justice. We used to be called the Asian Pacific American Legal Center. They're both still mouthfuls. But we've been doing this work, civic engagement work, for about, since 2000, but we've been doing voter engagement work specifically since about 2004 onwards. So we've been doing this work in the Asian American community for some time now. Specifically, my particular work in the organization is to empower, mobilize, and protect the rights of Asian American voters. And our effort in Los Angeles County, we've been doing, it's been increasing over the years. So most recently, this past election cycle, we were able to do a voter engagement effort that was across both LA and Orange County in 17 different languages. So our effort focused on communities that speak Arabic, Bangla, Khmer, Cantonese, Mandarin, Tagalog, Hindi, Japanese, Korean, Malay, Urdu, Punjabi, Samoan, Thai, Tongan, and Vietnamese. It's one of the great things about being in LA is that you can run a campaign like this because our community here is so diverse, and there's so many different types of population. I'm also going to give a step back and give a little bit of context about the Asian American community in Los Angeles. So here in LA, we have over 1.5 million Asian Americans in Los Angeles, and we represent 16% of the county's population. Between 2000 and 2010, the population grew by 20%, which is twice as fast as any other racial group in the county. And some of the cities within the county with the largest populations are Los Angeles, Long Beach, Torrance, Alhambra, and Monterey Park. And the ethnic groups that are the largest in LA are the Chinese, Filipino, Korean, Japanese, and Vietnamese communities. And of this population, we know that 500,000 of the Asian Americans in Los Angeles County are limited English proficient speakers, which means that English is not their first language. They need a little bit more help. So this was context to kind of give an idea of who the Asian American community is in LA County. Specifically for the electorate, we don't have specific data on some of this stuff, but we do know that according to the U.S. Census, this nationwide, 59% of Asian American, only 59% of Asian Americans eligible to vote are registered to vote. So there's a big non-registered gap going on right there. And according to the 2012 statistics, which is when we last released our ballot box report, we know that there are about 459,000 voters in Los Angeles County that are Asian American, and about 230,000 in Orange County. And for I wish we had the 2014 data, but we have the 2012 data, and we know that 72% of all registered voters voted, but for Asian American voters, it's at about 65%. I would love to see the PDI data, to see that spreadsheet that he handed out earlier, to see what it says about Asian Americans on his data. You probably have access to that. So that's the population. In the way that we've approached our work in doing Asian American voter outreach and engagement is we look at the community as if there are barriers to the voting process. So the first one, this is very similar to some of the things that Rosalind mentioned, is access to information. So our Asian American and Pacific Islander voters here in LA, they don't have access to information. They don't know that there's an election going on. They don't know who they're voting for. Most of them, a lot of them are immigrants, so they're coming from countries where they don't have a basic understanding of democracy. And their ideas of what voting is very different from the home country that they're coming from. Also, the information that they have access, they don't have access to in-culture information. So I think a lot of depending on what country a lot of these Asian American immigrants are coming from, their relationship to democracy is really different. The second one is the access to mechanics to voting. They really just don't know how to vote. They don't know how to pull the lever. They don't know where their polling place is. So that's number two. The third one is access to engagement. This is very similar to the early morning conversation because most campaigns only focus on the swing voters or the 5-5 voters like Kathy was mentioning. The voters that we're dealing with are the low propensity voters, or the ones that are often ignored from the voting process. And then you get into this catch-22 situation where these communities aren't being engaged in the process because they're not turning out to vote, and then because they're not turning out to vote, they're not being engaged in the process. So because of this, there's a lack of engagement. A lot of the communities that we work with are also not involved in rallies or forums, and that's also a form of engagement that's needed for the community. And the final two are the next one is access to in-language resources. Which is obviously very difficult. It's a lot different than having one language, Spanish, or in the API community, we have to do 17 languages. I know LA County provides in-language resources, but in a lot of these communities, because they don't meet the threshold level, we have to create these in-language resources ourselves. And in addition to the in-language resources, we also have to do in-culture resources. There's a lot of different ways of dealing with communities, such as the Vietnamese community really relies heavily on radio media, or the South Asian community really relies heavily on print media. So depending on which community you're dealing with, you have to shift your outreach strategy. So we have to understand all that in all 17 communities that we're working with. And then finally, it's just the access to the protection of voting rights, which is a lot of the work that we've been doing at Advancing Justice. So just basically our strategy in dealing with how we engage the Asian American community is, like was mentioned earlier, is micro-targeting these communities, figuring out what their needs are, and just going in really laser-pointed with multilingual and cultural tactics. And then the second one is to really focus on low propensity voters and develop this habit of voting so that we can shift the culture of voting and make it easier for people to vote and turn out to vote, and it becomes normal and regular. And some of the ways that we do this, our main strategy is doing phone banking, mainly because the Asian American community is so diverse and we don't all live in particular areas. So phone banking, getting on the phones, is the easiest way to work with them. We partner with 13 different this past fall we partnered with 13, but we partner with many more organizations, but we partner with community organizations that are in the community. They are our best leaders to reach out to the community. We try to create resources that are in language and in cultures. Of the people that we called this fall, 80% said they were going to vote or they had already voted, which is, we don't have the data yet to see if they actually did vote, but I think compared to the data that did come out of the amount of people that voted, I think this kind of shows that when you talk to people in their language, using people from their community, that it does make a difference in getting Asian Americans out to vote. Some recommendations, I think there was a lot of great recommendations that were mentioned today. The first one would be to address issues that are important to the Asian American community. I think this is something that that would draw people out. We incorporate a lot of issue surveys in how we talk to the community. And we know that education, healthcare, and budget are the top issues for the Asian American community that we work with. It's important to target civic engagement efforts specifically for the API community. And one of the things that was mentioned earlier, I believe, was it's very difficult to figure out who's the Malaysian-speaking voter, who's the Burmese-speaking voter, because the voter file doesn't have that data. So if there's a way to develop ethnic or race identifiers in the voter file, it would make it a lot easier for us. I know that the voter registration process requests people to, if people have in-language needs, they can mark that, but I don't have access to that in the voter file that I am allowed to have because of the laws that are in place. So if there's some way that for our community groups to be able to understand what are the ethnicities of the people that are voting and what are the language needs of the people that are voting, that would make a huge difference to being able to get these particular communities out to vote. The online voter registration process was a huge step, especially in being able to have all the multiple languages, specifically the API languages that are on. Now it's just the next step of making sure that that website gets onto all the websites of API media that exist out there. And the use of Asian American ethnic media is also important, using and community leaders to be our navigators when it comes to shifting the culture of civic engagement within the community. When we were making our phone calls this past in June, I think we were asking a lot of our voters, did you get your sample ballot? Do you need resources in language? And I think a lot of people didn't even know that in language resources were available to them. So I know that that's available through the county, but if there's a way to make it easier for the voters to know that those resources exist, and we are a great resource for that as nonprofits, but if there's a way to make that connection to be stronger, that would be a lot better for our community that really relies on in-language materials. Finally, there's been a lot of talk about vote by mail conversion. I found it really fascinating when Rosalind was saying the Latino community doesn't turn out as high in a number. The Asian American community turns out in very high numbers when it comes to the vote by mail process. They turn out, according to a report that we have from 2008, I think it's something like 40% of the, well, I can send it to you later, but something like 40% of the people that are vote by mail turn out by vote by mail. I'm not quite sure what the statistics are, but I can give that to you later.
Yeah, what's interesting is, I mean, you asked about the PDI data. While the overall turnout by ethnicity on these charts for LA County was 26% for Asians, 23% for Latinos, 26% for African Americans, with regards to vote by mail, it was 26% for Latinos and 54% for Asians. And in fact, statewide, that number is as high as 76% for Asians, though interestingly 60% for Latinos. An enormous gap between LA and the rest of the state in terms of Latino vote by mail. So it's interesting. I mean, maybe the vote by mail phenomenon is not particular to Latinos. Maybe it's something to do with the stories that we've heard about with regards to LA. But anyway, there we go. Carry on.
Oh, yeah. Finally, I just wanted to close out my recommendations. I would say that just having in-language assistance is really important. And like I was saying, there are voting materials that are provided that are in language for some of the Asian languages, but the website is a little bit difficult to navigate for the community. So if that could be easier, that would be helpful. I know there's a concerted effort to have bilingual poll workers speaking, and we are involved with the process of recruiting people to speak those languages at the polls, but that is something that we need to continue to work on and to close that gap there.
Okay, thank you. And I know that Dean Logan's here listening and taking furious notes, so he's been listening very carefully. Well, thank you so much. We'll hear next from Carla Zombro from California Calls.
Hello, I'm Carla Zombro. I'm the field director for California Calls. Being that my last name is Zombro, I'm accustomed to coming last, and I am keenly aware of the fact that I'm the last speaker between you and your lunch break.
Yeah, it feels like Yom Kippur today, so this is...
So I'll be brief.
That's it. All right. So, but last but not least.
I get that a lot. I sure do. So California Calls, we're really horrible at promoting ourselves, but we've actually done some pretty big stuff over the last several years. We are an alliance of 31 organizations smeared all over the state in 12 counties. And these are local organizations, from a foster care agency in San Bernardino to a group fighting for clean water in Tulare County, to groups a lot of us have heard of, like Community Coalition and Scope here in Los Angeles. And our major part of our strategy is to really change the electorate in California. We had this crazy idea years back that while we're all doing excellent work locally, maybe if we band together statewide, we can actually scale up and have a major impact. And in 5 years, we've contacted about 820,000 voters through 13 statewide civic engagement programs. 625,000 of them support our long-term agenda, which is the subject of another hearing, actually, that I'm sure is coming up this year. But I'll just talk about the voter engagement part. We focus on infrequent voters, low-income communities of color. In Los Angeles, about 200,000, right exactly 200,000 of the 625,000 supporters statewide are in LA. We do our work through large-scale phoning. We have phone banks, predictive dialing system all across the state. We use PDI religiously, so it's a very data-driven program. We do door-to-door to mobilize voters. We've developed over time tailored messages so that we can really focus on what is the impact of these ballot initiatives and why voting is important, rather than just sticking to just the technical and process parts of it. And we found that it works. We also talk to people. One thing that's really cool but really weird about us is we talk to people even when there's not an election happening. And only 3 of our 13 programs actually focused on a ballot initiative. We don't deal with candidates. We will happily take a lot of credit for putting Prop 30 over the top. California Calls turned out 440,000 supporters, which really closed the gap. If they hadn't turned out, we may not have won that really important initiative. So over over the years, we've tried a lot of stuff, and one thing we found is that even when we weren't working on ballot initiatives, we still had higher turnout. But let me brag a little bit about last fall. Because we have PDI, I actually do have some numbers on what our turnout was, and across the state, our turnout was 54%. Normally, I wouldn't be proud of that, but in an election that had 42% turnout, that's pretty good. And here in LA, our turnout was 47%, 16% higher than what LA County turnout was, and African Americans, 55%, Latinos, 49%, and API voters, although really it's actually Advancing Justice talked to more of them, but those that we talked to had 57% turnout. And so we know that actually talking to people and having someone from the neighborhood have a conversation about this is why it's important for our neighborhood takes it from that really far away, LA is so big level, to really having a neighbor-to-neighbor conversation. And my dad, he's an old farm boy from West Virginia, and he often says that figures don't lie, but liars do figure. So we've actually been studied. They've taken control groups from MIT, Yale, the Irvine Foundation is looking at right now, UC San Diego, and it's proven the same thing. So it's not just us projecting how great we are. We've actually had it studied, and the fact is that one-to-one from a trusted messenger in the community works. To talk about the point about vote by mail, we did actually test out a program a couple of years ago in the Central Valley where folks went door to door in their own neighborhoods to register people to vote. And you know, as well as I do and everyone else here, that's a really slow way to find a lot of people to register to vote. So what we also did was we actually asked people to also, if they were registered, sign up to be a permanent absentee voter. And the results were stunning. 80% of the people we talked to agreed, and this was predominantly like 75% Latino folks in small farm towns, as well as the cities of Fresno and Bakersfield. Now, this is the first program. I don't think we'll always have phenomenal results like that, but the point that I want to make is that radio ads, well, I guess they do talk, but they don't respond to questions. Neither bus ads don't talk, mailers don't talk. All of those things are important. We have to have materials in language. We have to have materials that are visual and motivating. We need to make voting fun and awesome. And yeah, we should have snacks and music, you know. But really, it's that one-on-one conversation among neighbors, that field work, that campaigns do a little bit with those 505 people, but that when we talk to the infrequent voters, we are increasing turnout dramatically. And so in terms of so I can tell you that this is great, but we're a community organization. Our work sometimes takes positions on that. But in terms of like things that government can do about that, I mean, first of all, like set up Dean Logan to succeed and the registrars across the state to actually have the resources to do this level of outreach. In the census, aside from the census takers, there was actually funding, and we were one among many, many groups who actually went out and just did community outreach, letting people know the census was coming, here's why it's important for us, and we connected it to local issues in the community, and it was really successful. When ACA was coming, the first round, aside from, again, the people doing the intake, the California Endowment basically hired hundreds of organizers across the state to go out and just tell people this is coming, let's get past all the rhetoric, here's why it's important. And people who otherwise would never have known that they'd be eligible for Medi-Cal signed up and registered as a result of their work. So there are ways in which we have made the investment in straight up outreach and prioritize the areas that were less likely to fill out the census or less likely to sign up for ACA. We prioritized those areas and we closed a lot of the gaps in participation. And if we look at great models that have closed participation gaps in terms of voting, I think there's a lot of great ideas that admittedly are political and they cost money, but are worth the fight to try and figure out how we can implement.
How do you determine who you target?
We, like I said, we work with local community organizations, and so they actually do basic, like, I'll give you the example of Community Coalition. It's right here in South LA. They did a lot of work around Martin Luther King Park, and so they picked all the precincts around there. They also have a set of leaders of their organizations who are very active, so they pick the precincts those people live in so that they're talking to their own neighbors. And then who within those precincts, it's literally everybody. So we talk to people who are likely, and we also talk to people who are not as likely to vote. They're all on the list. We experimented a little bit with how do we better target in on young voters, and interestingly, 2 to 1, we found them on the doors. They so don't answer the phone, and actually a huge, I think about 40% didn't have their phone number listed. And so the only way to find them was at the door, and if they were home, mom made them answer the door, so they had to answer the door. And about 60% of the young people that we talk to, it's door to door, which is slow, but it's such a high quality contact, it changed, it was a game changer in terms of their turnout.
Okay.
And we over-target the people who are the most disenfranchised, who most really need that high-quality touch, and so heavily African-American, Latino, Asian, low-income areas. But the local groups, based on the work that they're doing locally, because last thing is that after each program, then they go back to the people who were really into what they were talking about, and they follow up with them, and they engage them year-round in just local work, whether it's better schools in East LA or clean water in Tulare.
This is exactly what Professor Levinson was talking about in one of the earlier panels. Yeah, fantastic. All right, well, please also share some of your reports or statistics from your efforts with the committee, and I'd love to get a chance to see them. Well, really, really appreciate everyone's thoughts. Great work you're doing, and ultimately, as we're trying to craft policies that seek to boost voter turnout from a legislative perspective, we really want to make sure you weigh in and engage with us and talk with us about your ideas and your experiences from the field. We've actually got a list of some really great public comment. Some folks are going to come up and speak on the dais, at the podium up here. Okay, all right, so I guess we could do 3 at a time. They can come sit up at the panel. But thank you so much, guys. Really, really appreciate it. Very helpful. So my friend John Murish on the Beverly Hills City Council is here. I think Nate Kaplan from C Political, and I know Alexis Arya over here as well. So why don't you guys come up and Max Kanan as well. I see over here is going to come up and speak. Give some public comment to the committee. Yeah, come on up, and you can. We have 4 microphones, so you can come sit down. Okay, yes, so Councilmember Mirish, great to see you here, and you stuck it out from the whole time, so I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, and like you, looking forward to breaking the fast.
Yes.
Philippe's or Langers or something.
That's right.
So here's the perspective of a locally elected official from one of the 87 other cities in Los Angeles County. And I found, although it's long, I found this very interesting. And so my perspective is that if you're looking at simply increasing voter turnout per se, then you really should consider the Australian solution. It's not as bad as Kathy Fung suggested. It has much to recommend itself. At the other end of the spectrum, there's the former Soviet Union system, which you obviously shouldn't consider. But automatic registration and national or state ID cards also have much to recommend themselves. The way I look at it, though, the real challenge is getting informed and active voters, not just increased voter turnout. Though I understand the impact it has, and Senator Allen, you've pointed that out, on the fact that we in Southern California, or specifically LA County, have a lower voter turnout rate than the rest of the state, because it clearly decreases our influence versus Northern California. You simply have to look at the population of Southern California versus the number, the percentage of statewide offices that our residents hold, and ask yourself, when's the last time we had a U.S. Senator from Southern California? So part of the problem, though, in trying to get informed and active voters could be that specific deficiencies in local representation give people the feeling that elections don't matter, or sometimes that the fix is in. One example would be looking at the ongoing quasi-coronation of Kamala Harris as our next U.S. Senator, and all the deal-making and power brokering going on there, both behind the scenes and in broad daylight. Have a look at LA County's government. I mean, it's a supervisorial board ruled by what one former supervisor described as 5 kings, each representing 2 million people. Kings don't really need to get elected, do they? And then here, just sitting in this boardroom, look at the MTA. It's a non-representatively run organization with an annual budget approaching $6 billion, spending tens of billions more of taxpayer dollars, in which over 60% of the county is underrepresented by some 58%. An example of taxation without proportional representation, and what a revolutionary concept. That's not fair. And yes, maybe the growing imbalance, the fact that some now describe California as a one-party state, creates a built-in cynicism. People may actually feel they don't have a choice anymore. So if we're just trying to get people to rubber stamp and legitimize a broken system, well, then go for the Soviet system where people have to vote or else. But if the voters aren't fools, as Professor Sonnenschein said, then really consider going to an Aussie system, because it does have much to recommend it, but you would have to do it in conjunction with campaign finance reform. It needs to really go hand in hand with that. Ultimately, though, if you want to fix voter turnout and encourage or increase the number of informed voters, we need to ensure that people's votes actually matter, that they mean something. In an era in which the money of special interest on both sides of the political spectrum dominate, it's not an easy task. We need to respect local control, and we need to ensure that the little guy or gal actually feels that she's represented. So we need more than cosmetic solutions or happy talk, or even consolidating elections with resulting intra-ballot fatigue. So we do need to increase accessibility. I like the ideas about increased vote by mail. I like the idea of having a sample ballot that you can actually send in and use as the ballot, although sometimes these days people might have difficulty finding a mailbox. And I also think we should look to extended and weekend voting. I also think, as Professor Levinson mentioned, that we should look to online voting. And I understand that there are a number of technological challenges, but I believe those can be overcome, and I believe we have the ability to be trailblazing when it comes to that. And that really, I believe, you could have all sorts of links to information for informed voters would go a long way. So we need to make it convenient for people to vote, but more than that, we need to give them a reason to do so. People need to feel that their vote means something, and that is the true challenge. And that's what I believe we need to tackle, because otherwise, I think what we're really just talking about is which shade of lipstick best suits Porky. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Just on your last point about online voting, I think if we do so much online now, I guess the question that keeps coming up is if the Pentagon, forget about Sony and Anthem and Target, if the Pentagon can be hacked, what confidence do we have that a system of the complexity, the multi-jurisdictional nature, and high stakes of an election will have the security guarantees that we need to make sure that North Korea isn't manipulating our...
That's the challenge, and I understand that we talk about billions of dollars in bank transfers happening online. Well, if you find out there's a mistake there, you can fix it. It's difficult to go back and fix an election. So I understand that's the challenge, but really the life that people lead today in terms of convenience, in terms of, you probably have more people voting online for who wins American Idol than actually vote in some of our elections. If we can tackle that, if we can figure that out, if we can solve that, I think, and I believe that California can be trailblazing when it comes to that, but you've hit the nail on the head as to what those challenges are.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you so much, John. I appreciate you being here. We're next going to hear from Alexis and then Max and AJ Wilmer, from the former member of the Beverly Hills School Board and member of the Los Angeles County Office of Education's Committee on School District Organization. I used to serve with you. Good to see you here, AJ. AJ will be speaking, and I think Peter Choi is here as well. He's going to make comments as well. So if the two of you want to come up, you're very welcome, or you can come up afterwards. All right, so let's hear from Alexis. Nice to see you.
Hi, Chairman Allen. My name is Alexis Aria, a resident of Los Angeles. I'm speaking as an individual, just humbly presenting some simple ideas. Truly grateful for this meeting. I have been a community organizer and a volunteer organizer since 2007, and a general election volunteer since 1992. I was blessed to be trained by some of the most innovative minds on campaign strategy and voter contact, having had contact with tens of thousands of voters. Some observations I made. I noticed that, for example, it's interesting that the gentleman before me mentioned American Idol, because I noticed while I was speaking to the voters that while some voters lacked basic information about U.S. politics, they were thoroughly informed and interested about the candidates on the TV show American Idol or any other phenomena that had found its way into the minds of citizens through any permeating medium. So the show American Idol, by engaging the public's imagination and also their input and votes, and by using transparency to highlight the multifaceted facts about candidates, had created millions of engaged voters and enthusiastic voters who studied the candidates before voting. So some of the simple ideas I have for educating, engaging, and motivating voters could take place in many venues, namely 2 channels. 1, through introducing legislature to mandate improving the transparency of the elected officials. This could be done by daily or weekly email bulletins and website updates, itemizing their recent votes, their particular reasoning and stance, and other updates needed for the constituents. Number 2, through the local news playing a role to educate and engage the public. Now, this has been my dream for a long time. If TV airtime is not feasible, then we can insist on the local news websites and social media sites to update the constituents on daily happenings in the state capitol and the U.S. Congress for them to be engaged in the votings. At this meeting, we discussed voter turnout in Los Angeles having less percentage than smaller communities. Maybe one reason could be that in smaller communities, there is less daily distractions and more saturation of information, therefore more engaged and informed citizens resulting. In general, the less palpable and more abstract a topic is, the less interest and enthusiasm it will generate. So we need the public to know that voting issues, candidates are alive, are charismatic. We need to start reaching, the way President Obama did, just reaching into people. And finally, regarding the technology for the voting machines, as we previously mentioned, biometrics, one simple idea could be, as a fan of iPhone 6, to create a technology where the voters will have their fingerprints scanned at the time of voting. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alexis. I appreciate it. All right, next we'll hear from Max Kanan.
Thank you, Senator Allen. My name is Max Kanan. I am an elections and campaign finance attorney. And full disclosure, I was your campaign's attorney, actually, in the last election, but I speak here only for myself. I'm not a plant by any means. First of all, before I get to my remarks, I just wanted to thank you, Senator, and thank, well, he's no longer here, but thank Assemblyman Ridley Thomas for holding this oversight hearing. It's very refreshing in a day and age right now where many states are trying to restrict voting rights across the union. Here we have you and we have Assemblymember Thomas, or Ridley Thomas, excuse me, who are actually looking to find ways to increase voting and understand that low voter turnout that dips as low as it has is a problem. One issue that I think is affecting voting in Los Angeles County is the fact that our lifestyles in terms of how we work, where we work, and where we live have changed. It's apropos here in the MTA headquarters to mention how long a commute can be for people who are reliant on public transportation only. And in fact, notwithstanding the quote-unquote car culture, we have many people who are in the city of Los Angeles, at least 10% who are completely reliant on reliant on public transportation. We have different work hours. Work for many people is no longer 9 to 5. Rush hour does not end at 6 o'clock. It does not even end at 8 o'clock. And that is when our polls close. Now, you, Senator, are probably quite familiar, having some ancestral lineage with the United Kingdom. In the United Kingdom, they have elections not on the weekend like in most European countries, but in fact they have their elections on Thursdays. And yet they have routinely far higher turnout than we do. They have turnouts that often, in most elections since 1945, reach about approximately 70%. The lowest turnout they ever had was just under 60% in an election that was basically a foregone conclusion. The difference there, one key difference between California and the United Kingdom in terms of the electoral process is that their polls close at 10 o'clock at night. They open at the same time that ours do. Now, I'm not saying that we should automatically move forward our poll closing times, especially in light of the fact that more and more people are voting by mail. Or that even doing so would be a complete panacea to low turnout. But I think that it does play a major role in terms of the low turnout. The fact that by the time that many people are arriving home, people who may be not as civically engaged but willing to vote, by the time that they arrive home from work, by the time the polls have already closed or are about to close, campaigns are no longer reaching them. And you have experience from your own campaigns for both the school board and the state senate, and campaigns also that you have worked on in the past, that the primary goal of a campaign and its closing hours is to flush out and turn out its most dedicated voters who these campaigns have already identified and know have not yet voted. That would not increase, and this has been brought up by other panelists today, that tends not to increase turnout overall, because when you are turning out your most committed identified voters, you're generally not turning out those who are only mildly civically engaged and possibly inclined to vote. You're turning out those who you know are more dedicated and are more likely to vote anyway. And also, it's for most campaigns, even the most dedicated campaigns with great field operations will stop turning out voters at least 15 minutes before the close of polls. I do think that in terms of extending poll hours and making it easier for individuals to work, especially working class individuals who are less likely to have traditional 9-to-5 schedules, less likely to get paid time off for work, and less likely to live close to work and to have their own independent means of travel, where if you get off work and you live far away, you might be able to drive very quickly. If you are somebody who is a minimum wage laborer, you get off work late, you may have a very long commute and be unable to vote. And I think that this is an issue that does deserve some study, especially because of many of the proposed ideas today. I think that it would be one of the less expensive increases. Finally, to conclude, I want to say there are many excellent ideas brought up today, many excellent points that were raised, many excellent statistics. One final statistic I will bring about late poll closing times in the United Kingdom. In their most recent election, voters between the ages of 18 and 24 had a 44% turnout rate. Voters who were between the ages of 25 and 35 had a voter turnout rate of over 55%. So it is true that younger voters vote less than older voters, and that habit, you across the pond, if you will, that habit bears out over there. But their turnout of younger voters is so far higher than the turnout of our younger voters. I think that the fact that their poll closing times, their poll opening times, is something that is worth studying. Finally, to conclude, and thank you again for letting me speak, I wanted to endorse the idea of automatic registration for voters, where people are already registered to vote the minute they become eligible, rather than having to register themselves. You and I actually disagree on the constitutionality of the Australian voting system. I do not believe that we can have mandatory voting in the United States, but I do believe that we can and we should have automatic registration, and that will also increase voting. And thank you for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. Max, the one question about the UK is surely that high turnout has to do with the fact that it's during the Prime Minister's parliamentary election, and we have talked about the fact that in this country, we still, thank God, do have relatively high turnout in California during the presidential elections, and that the UK, they're oftentimes having an election only once every 5 years. Now, of course, they do have these by-elections, these local elections from time to time, and I would assume that the turnout's significantly lower in those elections, right?
The turnout is lower in those elections, but it is higher than special elections that we have in the United States for individual member seats. And I thought the comparison would be interesting. Councilmember Mirisch had brought up the fact that he felt California was becoming a one-party state. In the United Kingdom, parliamentary constituencies, which are similar to our congressional districts, our city council districts here, in the fact that they are single-member individual districts drawn by population. Well, generally by population there. We're a little bit more precise here. Voters who were in districts that were likely safe seats for either of the two major parties in the United Kingdom, or actually there are three, had lower turnout than constituencies that were heavily contested. And I think that that is an interesting statistic to look at in California, where the presidential election is often a foregone conclusion in the general election, and where we have a number of safe districts where even under the top two system, they are likely to return a Democrat or a Republican, and they are not likely to be contested.
Right. Yes, that makes sense. I mean, of course, they have a much shorter ballot, and I think you vote for your member of parliament. As you say, you don't even vote directly for the prime minister. Your member of parliament, and maybe one or two county or city commissioners, and that's it. But some interesting lessons to be learned. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, well, next we'll hear from A.J. Wilmer, and I know Peter Choi is back here as well, and he wants to make some public comments. So nice to see you, A.J.
I appreciate your time, Senator Allen, and I'm going to piggyback on those comments, but I just wanted to say I found this to be a very substantial hearing. I think a lot of very interesting and substantial information came across, and a lot of agreement on issues. I'll start off with 2 points that won't surprise you, Mr. Allen, that are important to me. We need this to be very data-driven, and we often have presumptions in our society, and they don't often pan out. So I sent you an email earlier, but there's the Caltech MIT voter project that is going on for a long while that has studied elections all over the world and have some very substantial data. RAND has some very substantial data. Yes, I think competitive elections, I'll give you one example. I think competitive elections drive out votes. But we have known who the presidential vote would be for in California for a couple of cycles of elections. And people still come out and vote in higher numbers for those elections.
That's true.
So why is that? And I think it's because it's important to do. Okay, and so we need to find out why it's important. There was a lot of agreement on making elections easy, making voting easy. I would say we have to make it trivial. We have to make it completely trivial. And my second point is I think we need to always trust the voter. I don't mind whether you're voting I don't mind why you're voting. I think that if there are issues out there, when you vote, you are going to make decisions about things that are important to you. And so if we make it completely trivial for you to vote, interesting things will happen to the election process.
You say trivial, you mean just easy as possible?
As easy as possible. I mean, there is a generation that it really should be voting on this device. Okay, it really should be voting on this. Something's wrong when you request a mail-in ballot and 50% of you still don't vote. You know, you went to the effort to request a mail-in ballot and you didn't actually execute the vote. That means mail-in ballots are not that easy for people. Okay, there's a disconnect somewhere. I think it was a mistake to remove the touchscreen ballots. I have my bet would be that if we ran a parallel election, you went into an election booth and you could do either the ink spot voting or you could vote on the touchscreen. I think people would be lined up for the touchscreen. Okay, I think we don't really have thought through the issue of what we like about electronic and don't like about electronic. I don't know if we can do mandatory voting, but we have to find a way to get to a culture where everybody feels they ought to vote. Those of us who've been involved in elections have information that, depending on who you talk to, is or is not public, but we know who voted in every election, right? That's how we target, right? Okay? So a way of dealing with mandatory voting is just to make people aware that we know if you don't vote. We've actually done that in a couple local elections in Beverly Hills. It's a little bit of a dicey issue. We had a bond issue and a parcel tax issue, and we're a small community, and we let people know that, we don't know how you voted. We know whether you voted, and our turnouts were high, and we lost the elections anyway, but our turnouts were high. A way of sort of coercing people to vote, if that's an important issue, would be to find a way to publicize names of people who didn't vote. Kind of an iffy issue, but it's interesting, okay? And you're doing it without having made things mandatory. If a lot of people voted, so you saw a lot of consensus here that things need to be very easy to vote. There are two sort of, the barrier to entry to voting. If you looked at any other business in the United States, I don't care whether you're selling a product, whether you're selling a service, whether you're trying to get food to those who are disenfranchised and needy, you always look at the barriers to entry and you try to make it as absolutely simple and easy as possible to avail yourself of your services or get to my product. And we're not doing that with voting. So issue number one is make it completely trivial. And all the ideas here are interesting. Are correct. I mean, multiple days of voting, voting centers. I should be able to vote anywhere in LA County, right? I should be able to walk out of my place of work at lunch and go down and show an ID, and my correct ballot should be presented to me to vote, okay? You're not really going to be able to do that with paper votes. You're going to need some sort of e-voting process to make that happen, and we had that for a very short period of time. There are two marketing issues. There's the marketing issue of getting people to vote, and a lot of time and effort and money we're thinking of putting in getting people to vote. If somehow we could make it mandatory to get to the point of being socially acceptable, a lot of people voted, we wouldn't have to do the guessing of how we get people to vote. The other marketing issue is what every candidate and every proponent of an issue goes through, and that is trying to decide how you market yourself to the voters. If there are a lot of voters out there, that whole issue becomes very, very different, right? Senator Allen, you may or may not have been able to avoid the issue, and I didn't pay that. I paid a lot of attention to your campaign. I don't know whether you particularly addressed the issue as an example of student loans. You probably did because you come out of the education environment. If we had large numbers of people voting, you would not be able to run for office anywhere without addressing the issue of student loans. And we could pick off issue after issue after issue like that once a large number of people are voting, you now have to have a large agenda of issues that you stand for. When I go to buy something now, in the process of buying it, and half the time it's online, okay, as I go to buy it, I get to look up about it. Right? I get to get a Q code or something, and I get to look up what it is about the TV I want to buy or what it is about the organic food that I want to buy. If we have electronic voting of some sort, and that's a little bit different than online voting, we're going to be able to add information to the voting process so that you can look at the candidate's name and then you can also look at what they stand for with one click. Okay, I don't know exactly how that happens, but that'll change the whole process. But I think it's going to end up being online voting. I think you need to be data-driven. I don't know the extent to which you can experiment. Okay, so I will advocate for a position Vice Mayor Mirisch has taken. What if you found a way to allow certain communities that wished to take on the onus of online voting to do it themselves? What if the city of Beverly Hills said, we're going to do online voting for a city council election? Is there a way for you to allow that to happen constitutionally, or could you put legislation forward? Because then you have an experiment. The city of Beverly Hills chose to take it on themselves, and you get to see whether it works. You get data. Otherwise, for issues like online voting, for issues of certain types of e-voting, you have to make all sorts of assumptions before you put them in place. Am I making my point? So if you allowed communities to have some flexibility, some very interesting things could happen. One final issue, and I also have a lot of English family, and they have commented to me that voting is a social experience, and a lot of it occurs after dinner. That's why the whole family will go down and vote after dinner. We've done something a little strange with our stress on the anonymity of the vote. And yes, it's very important that your vote be anonymous, but we've made the voting process a little bit anonymous as well. Okay, and so this idea of voting centers and social voting centers and getting that, and maybe actually, we actually say don't discuss the issues with anybody around the polling place, right? and that doesn't happen in England. As you walk up to your polling thing, you're debating backwards and forwards about how you're going to vote and who's going to vote. So when you set up community voting centers, there needs to be a social experience. It needs to be a social experience talking about the election, talking about the issues and on why I vote. I've got about 10 or 15 people who call me up for all of the less than important elections, and we talk about it. And two of them, by the way, I'm pretty sure are asking me how I vote so they can vote the other way. But it's a delicate process. When we have those discussions, there are 3 or 4 people who go, is it okay for me to ask you? That's wrong. That should be positive. It should be a positive dialogue. Absolutely trivial access to voting. Automatic registration, as close to mandatory voting as you can get, and it's got to be electronic somehow. It's just, I go there and I go to, I'm taking up too much time, but I go there and I do the ink spot voting and I pull out the card. I can't tell for the card whether I inked the correct things.
Right.
We make a presumption about paper that's okay. When we had touchscreen voting, there was an immediate registration. I actually remember looking through and going, oh, that wasn't who I meant to vote for. The feedback was right there. So anyway, I appreciate the hearing. You've got to find a way to make it trivial to vote, just trivial to vote. I think a lot happens.
And I think you'll find some of the things that Registrar Recorder Logan is working on right now for the 2020 election have many elements of what you're talking about. I invite you to you get the packet and look at what he's been talking about.
And there seemed to be a consensus about that among everybody here, that it's got to be very, very easy to vote.
Yep. No question.
Appreciate your time and appreciate the hearing.
Really appreciate it. All right. Mr. Choi, Peter.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Allen, panel, remnants. I'm Peter Choi. I'm here as a politically active resident voter.
Remnants.
Oh, that would be helpful. Okay, again, I'm Peter Choi. I'm here as a politically active regular voter here in Los Angeles. I want to first comment very quickly, and I will be brief, but I would first like to comment on the remarks by Professor Levinson regarding how the public is more aware of the Super Bowl and the Oscars than they are of the next election. And I think that possibly is because both Hollywood and the NFL provide, they deliver the goods. They provide quality entertainment, and so the Super Bowl and the Oscars are a celebration of their success over the year. And I would humbly suggest that perhaps the voters are not as aware of elections and as invested because they feel they are not getting the goods delivered by their elected officials. And perhaps that if they felt their government was delivering those goods and delivering quality government, that they would be more invested and mark the date on their calendar. I live in Eagle Rock, and there's a city council election going on. We have two high-profile candidates, City Council Member Jose Huizar and Supervisor Gloria Molina. In the most recent debate, the discussion devolved into discussions about extramarital affairs and charges of sexism. I think that disenfranchises the voters. That's not what they're there for. And so, as a Korean American, I will say there was redistricting recently, a few years ago, largest Korean American community outside of Korea. There was a big movement among the community, among the people, to have it all be within one district, but they were not. It was gerrymandered, and they were split into two different city council districts, 4 and 10. That's a problem. When voters feel disenfranchised, they feel the government is not delivering the goods. With these debates, with these issues, for instance, the LA Times had an article, the City Council article this week was about the City Council passing legislation delaying a ruling on whether cat owners could own 5 cats instead of the current limited 3. I'm a cat owner, but this is not a priority for me as a voter. And I think the voters would like to have their elected officials address infrastructure, job creation, homelessness, poverty, on all the levels. And I feel that they feel they are not getting that. From these examples I've just given you. But I would like to talk very quickly and succinctly about my opposition to Charter Amendments 1 and 2 that Ms. Feng talked about earlier today. I oppose them because I think they rewrite the rules in favor of special interests and big corporations and bury our city and school elections at the bottom of a very crowded even-year ballot after the judges, something even Ms. Feng herself had questioned. Senator Elizabeth Warren famously and repeatedly has stated that the system is rigged. And if you look up rigged system in a dictionary, you will see a picture of what elections look like if the charter amendments pass. The LA Times in last week's article, Special Interests are at center of LA election debate, exposed how the major funders of this Yes on Charter committee were special interests in big money corporations. This is not about the people. This is about big money, and it goes again to why the voters feel disenfranchised and why I feel they are apathetic. As Gene Mattis noted in the LA Weekly, if Charter Amendments 1 and 2 really would disadvantage special interests as a whole, it is odd that the major funders of the Yes campaign are Clear Channel Outdoor, which has been lobbying for digital billboards, not popular with homeowners, and the LA County Federation of Labor. Again, I think good governance would equal good turnout. Voter apathy is born of voter cynicism, and a cynicism comes from feeling that your voice is not heard. Charter Amendment 1 and 2, I think, is a cynical attempt to transfer more power to special interests away from the people. It will actually do the opposite of what they purport to do. Look, very quickly, there's more. Per the LA Times, the committee co-chair, Fernando Guerra, a registered City Hall lobbyist, was appointed by City Council President Herb Wesson, author of these charter amendments, to the committee that recommended this election cycle change. Look, any child can play connect the dots. Any adult voter can do the same. Voters are not stupid. We are smart. And that is why many of my peers who do not vote are cynical. That is why there is apathy. And I would hope that if elected officials are hearing, Senator, take it back to your peers, but especially here on the local level, where school board elections, city council elections seriously impact how we live our lives, that this is an important thing to take away. Good governance equals good turnout. Dean Logan, in this Merck report, warned the length of the ballot could create voter fatigue and add to drop-off. That is, people who stop voting as they go down the ballot. This has been covered. I won't beat that dead horse. So in closing, I thank you very much, Senator Allen. I want to make sure that everybody gets their tummies filled with lunch. So again, I would just like to repeat that voter apathy is born of voter cynicism. I think that if the voters see that their elected officials are addressing the real issues, again, infrastructure, job creation, homelessness, poverty, rather than golfing at Pebble Beach with big money donors, that between election cycles, that they see that the elected officials are delivering the goods, then I think that without amending the charter, you will see a rise in voter turnout. You will see apathy drop, because that is what the voters are not seeing from their elected officials. So again, good governance equals good turnout, and thank you, and have a very good day.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you to everyone for participating and engaging. This was just a fascinating day for me. I'm very much going to be working with staff and my colleagues to try to see what we can do to assist with these vitally important effort to try to get more people engaged in the process and feel more ownership over the process. So thank you to everyone, and this hearing is now hereby adjourned. Please follow our upcoming hearing up in Sacramento on these similar issues on March 25th. Thank you so much.